welcome Andy. If you can come on your video, that would be great. And we're getting started here. So we are first going to just lay some logistical ground rules for our time together, and that's going to help everything run really smoothly. And it's also going to help us just maintain a safe space because of the nature of what we're talking about and going to be working on. So first one, we're going to be keeping cameras on during the event. However, if you need to step away, please do turn it off to minimize distraction. And then when you come back, of course, you can turn that back on. We're also going to be keeping microphones off. And then if you have a question, there is a raise hand button. So see if you can find that wherever you are on your phone or your laptop. It's on the Zoom in different places, whether you're on phone or desktop, but you can always raise your hand. And then if I have a kind of a break in what we're doing, I can answer questions, but certainly at the end of every segment today, we will have time for answering questions. You also might want to keep a tally of your questions, like in a notebook. So hopefully you have your workbook and your pen. We'll check in on that in a moment. But if a burning question pops up and I'm in the flow of teaching, I like to not interrupt that process. So if you can just kind of tally that question, and then there will be a segment for questions, we can get all of that answered. Also, I usually answer your questions anyway, just in what I'm teaching. So it likely will already be answered. And that's why I kind of like saving those for the end. We're not going to be doing cross-talking, like talking to other participants, or talking about other participants. This is a really safe space, and we're going to be looking at very intimate things in re-regulating and learning to regulate your nervous system. So it's really important that we talk about ourselves and we talk about our own personal experience. Quick thing, some of you, we have some old people, we have some new people, so some of you might be staring at the tape on my glasses. No, they're not broken. And I got an eye and brain injury earlier this year, and I'm just in recovery for that. So the tape is actually blocking light that's allowing that part of my brain to rest and recoup from the injury. And so you'll be staring at my lovely taped glasses all day. We are going to try to have lunch at noon or at 12 p.m. Mountain Time, whatever that is in your time zone. However, if we're in the midst of a process, I'm going to make sure that's complete. So I have a tentative schedule for today, but that could definitely flow and change. That's why I definitely wanted you guys to have a snack and a water, just in case you do get hungry and we're going long, but we will have 30 minutes for a lunch break. That is not the time to pick up your phone and text and call and email and talk to a bunch of family members. It's really important today that that is set aside so that you can stay in a reflective space and you can stay in a mindful space. And there will be homework over that 30-minute lunch period for you to kind of be in that mindful meditative state and also begin to really look at what is going on in your own personal nervous system. So there's something that's happening when we're learning, but when you have time to yourself, you can kind of sit and kind of see what's bubbling up in a quiet space much better than if you're listening to me talk. We will take smaller breaks throughout the course. When I talk a lot, I have to drink a lot, then I have to pee a lot. So we're going to be taking some breaks. So just know I'm going to try to be cognizant of that as well. But again, if you do need to, make yourselves comfortable. So if you do need to take a break, just turn off your camera, turn it back on when you're here. When you're taking breaks, same thing, stay in a quiet, reflective space. This is really like, I wish that we all could be in person, and that doesn't happen when we're all spread out over the world. So it's just really important that you kind of pretend you're on a retreat for a day and you're just, you're dead to the world. You can pick up the world when we're done. If you haven't let family and friends or important parties know that you are not available today, please do so now. Quick, simple text. It's even like, man, I didn't know this was so involved. But it's involved, and I'm going to be doing homework like all day. So I'll talk to you after 4:30. I'm going to save that for the end. Let's see. I'm going to save that for the end. This is on the court learning. So some of you know, and I don't know if the others know, there is a difference between informative learning, learning information and concepts. It's kind of like you're sitting back and watching a movie, just information, versus transformative learning or experiential learning, which is very much that every concept that we are talking about is going to be applied in your life. So it's important for you to really look in yourself, in your life, in your body, how you're feeling, really engage with the material. And I'm going to be supporting you in doing that. But it's very important to just understand that. That means that this will be, and thanks for, you can also put questions in the chat box. That's actually a great place to do that. So I'll answer that in a minute, Andy. That also means that this is going to be a very vulnerable space. So we're going to be talking about you and your life and what is going on inside that's keeping you in a state of survival. So that's not going to be the easy, fun stuff. That's going to be the vulnerable stuff. And that's why it's important to keep a respectful, safe container for everybody as we're listening to them. Just stay neutral. You know, we're not going to make it about us if they're talking. We're just holding neutral space. So I just try to be really respectful and allow them to go through their process without kind of adding my own emotions or my own like face movements. And I do, and I'm teaching, but you know, just be cognizant about holding that respectful space as other people share. We also will have the opportunity for at least 2 of you, since it's a smaller class today, I might be able to get to more. But 2 people, we're actually going to do a few personal processes with them. So please be open and willing. If you're not, I will call on you. So just kind of be prepared to really be going through this process together. I will call on you if I feel kind of led or feel like somebody's struggling or, you know, whatever. I'm going to be adding support and calling on you, but I will also be calling you out. So we don't receive healing inside of our comfort zone. Inside of our comfort zone is all the patterns and habits that are happening currently. So this isn't necessarily going to be a comfortable class, but it is, you are not going to walk away the same being. You really are going to see your body differently, your nervous system differently, your life differently, and will have access to really begin to work with what we are talking about today immediately in your life, if you are open and willing to learn and participate in the class. I may also interrupt you, and I promise it's from love. When we're working with sensitive things of this nature, it can really be easy to start talking about our past, like the events in our past and the stories about them and the traumas that it was and the emotions that are there. Now, there's a difference between allowing that stuff to come up and gain new insights about that. It's different than being kind of lost or kind of pulled back into those stories. And so that because there's a difference, I may interrupt you if I notice that we're getting off track, and it's just to pull us back on track so that we can get that nervous system breakthrough together. Let's see. Do you all agree with that? You okay to be interrupted? Okay, cool. You guys are great. Quick checks. Does everybody have their workbook printed and with them? Okay. Does anybody not? Maybe raise a hand if you don't. I think Mandy. Okay, Andy. Heather, you have yours? Oh, were you the one who texted me earlier?
No, but I can't print it, but I have it digitally and I have notes available digitally. So
okay, I was just gonna say, because somebody also asked me about that today. If you don't have your notebook printed, please have a notebook. Does everybody have a notebook or paper and a pen? Andy? Okay, let's see. Hold on, sorry, you're chatting at me. Oh yes, Andy, you texted me earlier. I have on my phone, you have a notebook and pen. Okay, perfect. Yes. And I will be sharing digitally on Zoom our workbook. So you can even just follow along with us on the class. You don't have to look at it on your phone. And then you guys can just write it down. Andy's quick question is, if there's physical activities, are they mandatory? No, we are not doing physical. It's more, you can lay down and be comfortable. It's not gonna be like physical. This is an internal journey. Okay. A couple other things. Do you have food and water, a snack, and a drink? Does anybody not have that? Awesome. Mandy, Jenny, do you have snack and water? Okay. I am not selling to you today. There is no sales pitch. And so y'all cannot worry about that. This was really placed on my heart to begin doing these, to begin giving and teaching this information to people because they need it. So we are really here to be in an immersive experience, and that's it. And you're fine. Okay, so 2 more things before we dive in. One is, what you'll be learning is going to be a paradigm shift that probably you've never learned before. Some of you who are old, you've heard this, but there's a lot of new stuff in this class, so just listen newly. Those who are totally brand new, this is a complete paradigm shift, meaning it's going to come up against what we think we know and what we've been told about the body and ourselves and our lives and where illness comes from and the nature of it and how our body works and how healing can happen. And so as part of that process, because our mind holds these kind of fixed ideas that we've adopted or made up or inherited, whatever, we can encounter resistance. So if I catch resistance is actually a good thing. It means that I am coming up against a false belief. We don't feel that when it's just true and clear. We're coming up against a false belief that is actually something we are struggling with that is keeping us stuck. So if I catch resistance, I might just point it out. Do you know you're in resistance? And then we're just going to inquire, what are you in resistance about? And I've been doing this for 14 plus years, very good at helping people navigate through that process and doing so in a really gentle way. So this is not your goal through this class, is not to go through it with the least resistance or be the star student. Your goal through this class should be that you are so fully immersed and engaged in it that you're like in it and wrestling through it and asking all the good questions and sharing all the but what ifs, blah, blah, blah. I'm struggling with this. I don't understand that. That's actually a sign of being committed to yourself. That's the star student, is the one who is so honest that, it's like, I don't know, I'm stuck, or I don't get that concept, or my mind is saying all of these other things. Like, we want to bring that forth so that you all can really get the transformation that occurs here. Is that clear on resistance? Okay. Andy, cool. Also, I wanted to get a quick, we're going to take a snapshot of y'all before and after the class, which is just sometimes interesting to see the changes. So I just, on the count of 3, I want you all to just kind of smile. I don't care if you wave, I don't care what you do, but just smile at your camera, and it'll allow me to grab a picture. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thank you. And we're going to do this at the end. And then I will actually pull these out of the video and send them to you guys privately so you can see the difference before and after. Okay, so that's logistics. Does anyone have any logistical questions about all of that, or is it pretty clear? Oh, good. Okay.
Actually, I do have a question.
Perfect.
I am going to have interruptions probably. Would it be better for me to sign up for a different day when I definitely can manage that? Today I cannot.
What are the nature of your thank you? That is really important and has integrity for you to ask.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm sure you can now see, even in the feel, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
it's really true.
Like, she's serious about this. I can't just sit and listen, which
That's
is kind of the impression my brain had. So I didn't realize, but we're actually like on a weekend retreat. So I was just going to listen while my family's doing things around me, but they're going to be in and out and it's not going to be settled around here.
Is there one potential idea I have is, are you listening to me in your earbuds or is
Yeah.
it okay? I'm thinking.
I'm okay with doing it at a different time to get the most out of it.
Do you have any private space?
I do, but I just got a text that my in-laws are like surprising us. So I'm like, oh, great. You
Now
know, it doesn't seem like, yeah.
okay.
So
Yes, it will not work. And I always have to be
yeah,
clear about, yeah. So in my messages in the emails, very clear, uninterrupted private space.
right. I thought I would, but this is
Now
the
it's
thing. It's their place we're staying at. I can't tell them no.
okay.
So
Do you have a vehicle?
no, I don't.
There's nowhere you can like go and request private space.
Probably not. Probably not with this being their place.
Okay, sounds good. That has integrity. So yes, November 18th,
Okay.
same time.
All right.
Yes, and then just, I mean, I have your name, but will you text me and just
I
say,
will.
this is Heather, I'm on for November 18th and I can get you on that one.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
Nope, you're good. I appreciate you saying this now instead
Yeah.
of it just going on. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Best of luck to you all.
Thanks. We'll see you in November. Okay. I love integrity. Okay. So let me pull up my screen share here. All right. Can everybody see my screen? And I don't know if you guys know, it looks like Mandy and Andy, you are on Mandy and Andy. Are you on your phones? Are you both on? Okay. You can actually zoom in. I never know how our phones share my screen, but just know, just like on your phone, like you can zoom in on pictures and you can zoom out and you can like move the screen. So if there's something on my screen that you think you can't see that you should see, just practice doing that on the screen and you should be able to see it. Okay. So this is our workbook. Quick disclaimer that you have available for you is I teach in educational and informational content. I am not saying you should or should not do something that you don't talk to your doctor about. Also, the content and material that I have provided you is like for class participants only. So please do not use this. It's not permitted to be sharing this, especially out of context. That could be really confusing for somebody. And so it's really important that we kind of just protect that space and make sure that if people are learning about this, they're learning from a qualified professional. We have 4 segments today. So we are going to be doing a nervous system review, just a high level overview. So you guys can really get context. And for Mandy and Ginny, I know you've been exposed to this information, but there's also a lot of new stuff. So as I have past clients, graduates, people who've been around me for a while, or this information for a while, and they attend one of our public classes, they have always 100% of the time said, man, that was really good to review. Man, I forgot that basic concept, or man, you said that in a new way and I just really like heard it differently. So I'm really glad we have a couple old people and some new people. And it's just really important that, you really approach everything everything from a new and empty cup. Then we're going to actually be going into experiencing the parasympathetic. So some of these are tools that I might use when I'm working with somebody, but the purpose of what we're going to be doing today is actually to help your body just activate and stimulate the parasympathetic. So you have a compare and contrast from what you normally experience to giving yourself, just the power of even a few minutes of like working on the nervous system and how much of an impact that can have, because that's really what we're teaching, is how to live in that state. And so it's just going to be a good compare and contrast, but you will have 4 tools that you can immediately implement to kind of be working on doing that throughout your days. Then we're going to be going deep dive into the paradigm shift. And this is going to be another big shakeup of, let's see, how do I want to say it? It's going to confront everything you thought you knew about health and wellness and give you a new perspective to see from. And then we're going to go into the discoveries and declarations. That's my favorite part. I'm so excited. Can't wait to get there. For Mandy and Ginny, for you, that will actually be newly articulated. And these are going to be the 5 discoveries about health and wellness that change everything. And then it's going to be 7 declarations or commitments for what being a fully healthy person is, so that you can have those clearly identified and begin to implement those in your life. And this is really where we've got like our 3 to 5 month curriculum for working with chronic illness boiled down into these discoveries and declarations. So that took something to boil 3 to 5 months into one day. Okay, so let's get started. This is on workbook 4. So you'll actually have a snap screenshot of my whiteboard. And so if you don't have that available to you, just know that it's in there and you can take notes on anything that you want, but anything that's on this whiteboard, you guys actually have access to. All right. So, high-level overview. Most everyone out there working with health and wellness are focused on this column. And I'm just going to, sorry, I changed my Zoom screen so all of our faces aren't in the way. Okay. Everyone in health and wellness is working on this column when they're dealing with physical, mental, and emotional ailments. So conventional and holistic medicines are geared towards suppressing and managing symptoms. You have a symptom, the approach is focused on that symptom, and the treatment or remedies or protocols are geared towards what will suppress or change the symptom. So it's very symptom focused. And then what do we have to manage and suppress symptoms or disease processes or genetic disorders or environmental toxicity, whatever it is that we're dealing with? We have tools. Okay, so all tools, conventional, holistic, other, have 4 main functions that they kind of functions that can manage symptoms or suppress symptoms. I can either stimulate a body function or a body part, so I can stimulate a process. I can also inhibit a process. So a lot of medications, most medications, I should say, are suppressors or inhibitors or blockers. That's in the medical name of what they are. There also are, so those are 2. The third one is I can provide a substance to the body, like hormone replacement or taking a vitamin or putting in an herb, right? I can put substances into the body. I can also take substances out of the body. So whether it's chelating heavy metals, that's stripping that from the body and detoxing it, in whatever form, those are the 4 functions. There really isn't any other function that we would use to manage or suppress symptoms. That kind of covers all of them. Okay, so regardless of the tool, whether it's in a pill form, whether it's in a chiropractic adjustment, whether it's in a sound frequency machine or a physical therapy session or like what have you, therapy, amongst all the healing modalities, mental, emotional, physical, those are the tools fall into those categories. So there was this big discovery for me. I was bedridden for years, had symptoms ever since I was a kid, and doctors didn't really know what was wrong. They kind of said I was normal. Then it got to the bedridden state, and they didn't really give me a whole lot of answers. It was kind of some general, I don't know, maybe it's some virus, or maybe it's this, or maybe it's that. They didn't know. So I went searching functional, holistic, integrative specialists, like, how can we test for more things? How can we figure out what's wrong with me? I'm this big mystery. And so we began to find certain imbalances in the body in this column that started making sense of my symptoms. And I was like, oh, I have food allergies. I'll cut out those foods, right? Eliminating something from the body. You know, I had a blood sugar issue. I had candida and yeast overgrowth and bacteria overgrowth. I had adrenal fatigue. I had, you know, running my own tests, I found that I had an autoimmune disease and chemical toxicity and sensitivities. And I also had, it came to me, hold on, I'm just getting back to that, what my thought was. Oh, I had in my blood work, it showed that I had a genetic liver condition, and it's shown up in my blood work ever since I was a baby, and no doctor ever said anything. And they didn't say anything because I was in the US and there's no medication for it here. But in other countries, it's a huge deal. There's treatment protocols. And it just shocks me. It was really shocking to me that even something that was diagnosable, my doctor didn't even mention because they didn't have a med for it. So they didn't even say anything. So it's really amazing when we start blowing holes in how the conventional medical system is set up and how it works. There's a lot of holes and missing pieces in that. And a lot of you, a lot of the people who work with me are already fed up with conventional medicine. They've already started looking into holistic and alternative forms of healing. And then they realize that holistic and alternative forms of healing have the same kinds of holes, and it doesn't work for everybody. And it's kind of still a big guessing game and a big mystery. So while I did find some imbalances in my body that the regular doctors did not tell me about, I started using tools to address each one of those. And now looking back, I kind of call it like a game of whack-a-mole, you know, that arcade game where the mole pops up and you got to like try to hit him as fast as he can. So it's like I was just playing whack-a-mole with all of these imbalances in the body. And for every imbalance, there was this tool that I used, right? Or there was this thing that I didn't eat, or that I avoided, or that I did, or that I didn't do. And that did help some of the time. I mean, it got me from bedridden to seemingly more normal. And I say seemingly because on the outside, somebody would say, oh, she looks vibrant and healthy and alive. And on the inside, I'm like, if you only knew what it took for me to just function, like, I don't think normal people could like do that. You know, I was very motivated because going from bedridden to being able to have a life again was like miraculous for me. I was very motivated. But it was very unsustainable, very stressful. I ate hardly anything. I had like a handful of foods I could eat. I couldn't go out to eat. You know, if I breathed car exhaust, I would have a massive flare up in neurological symptoms and an autoimmune flare where I attacked my blood vessels, which affect every part of my body. I mean, it was this whole thing, you know, and then I'd have pain and blah, blah, blah. So it was like, okay, I can't breathe car exhaust. I have to have an air purifier with me at all times. You know, I have to drink only purified water, but not reverse osmosis because I don't absorb that water. So I need extra minerals. I mean, it was like micromanaged. So working with tools leads to us micromanaging our body and our symptoms to death and really not reaching full health. And so even though I seemed normal on the outside, it started dawning on me, if I have to take 30 supplements a day, that is not a sign of being a healthy person. That is a sign of being a sick person. And there has to be something I'm missing. If I can't eat a regular food that a regular healthy person can eat, that's not a sign of, oh, I'm so healthy, look at my diet. That's like a sign of being an unhealthy person with a digestive system that is inflexible, and a metabolism that is inflexible, and an immune system that is way overactive or way underactive, not working in a healthy way. And so that's what really had me start getting out of this box, even of the holistic and alternative and functional medicines, because I was like, this isn't getting me healthy. This is just teaching me to manage symptoms for the rest of my life. And I was still having flare-ups. And they were always really scary and a mystery, like, oh, great, what's wrong now? And now I have to go back on my diet or my supplements, or I have to go back on this cleanse, or I have to take off all this time of work until my body finally decides to work. And it was just a mess. It was this confusing mess. And, you know, I used to ask people in functional medicine, because it's all about the root cause, right? Oh, it's leaky gut. That's a root cause. No, that's a symptom. Or it's, you know, nutrient deficiencies. That's not the root cause. That's another symptom. Like, why is that happening? So in functional medicine, I always used to ask people, as a functional medicine practitioner, well, did your doctor tell you why this condition developed? And everybody would be like stunned and confused, like, no. Or they'd say something vague like stress or genetics. And I said, no. I mean, if you don't know the root cause, if your doctor or healer can't tell you the root cause of your illness, then they're not the ones that can help you fix it. And then, of course, while we were able to help a lot of people, like they went to the Mayo Clinic couldn't help them. They came to us, we helped them, you know, and figured out the issue, you know, first day one. But then I watched everybody being on this roller coaster of like managing symptoms forever. And I was like, it was kind of this, excuse my language, but oh shit moment. If I'm not fully healthy, I don't know how to teach anybody else to be fully healthy. So what I'm actually teaching them is how to band-aid their symptoms. Ouch. Ouch. So I went and sought, what is another way? I want to know how to be fully healthy. I don't know, like, I didn't know if I believed that it was true, but I was like, you know, I kind of like in me know that this can't be it. Like, our bodies are supposed to be able to heal themselves. That's what we're all taught in anatomy and physiology. So why is there all of these chronic illnesses? So that is what really had me search, what is another way? And so for those of you who have been around a while, this might just be an invitation to go deeper and actually evaluate, what tools am I using in life that I think I've learned to manage and suppress symptoms? Because if I'm going to those processes or those external things to help my body, there is something internally that still needs addressed. So you can always go deeper in that. So that's the invitation. So I started searching, what is this other way? What am I missing? What don't I know that I don't know? And what I found for me was, it pointed to the brain and nervous system. So what is controlling the body is the brain and nervous system. The nervous system is comprised of multiple parts, but the two I'm going to talk about today are the sympathetic nervous system and parasympathetic. I like to say SNS is for sympathetic nervous system, but I like to think S for stress, right? And P is for peace, like peace of mind. So we've got our stress nervous system and our peace nervous system. And in the sympathetic nervous system, that is our fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Those responses, our survival responses, right? Like that help us run away from a bear. And we produce cortisol and adrenaline and stress hormones, and those shift the blood flow from our viscera, where our organs and systems are, and it floods it into our muscles so we can run away. It shifts blood flow from our rational thinking brain into the reflex centers of our brain. So we're not thinking through things from a whole brain state. We have only those reflex animal survival centers running their processes at that time. And so this actually shuts down optimal function within all organ cells and systems. And it shuts down this magical ability our body has to self-repair, which actually is a whole different, there's a whole different biochemical, biological process that happens in repair mode with different sets of hormones that have names than cortisol and adrenaline, which we're very familiar with. So the opposite system, it's like a teeter-totter. You're in one or you're in the other. There's no both. There's no gray area. In the parasympathetic, the peace nervous system, that is known as resting, digesting, growth, and repair. So blood flow is in our viscera. We are in a whole brain state. We are regulated mentally, emotionally, physically, and we produce hormones that stimulate optimal function. And the most important part is cellular growth and repair. So it's in self-repair mode when it's in the parasympathetic. Now, in anatomy and physiology, we learned that the peace nervous system, the parasympathetic, is actually responsible for homeostasis. And that's just a fancy word for all biochemical processes. All the things in our body are working optimally. There is no imbalance. There is no problem. Therefore, there is no symptoms. So in homeostasis, everything's working optimally. There are no symptoms. So therefore, in the parasympathetic, when we live there, when we function there, when we're operating there in self-repair mode 24/7, there are no symptoms. So that's living in the parasympathetic, not just kind of floating there randomly or very rarely, occasionally. And it's different than stimulating that with more tools, because that's what I had done for a lot of times too. I knew stress was a huge piece of the puzzle. In fact, I think the current statistics from the Center of Disease Control say that over 98% of illness is caused by stress. But then why is it 98% of treatments geared towards helping people with stress? Just doesn't make sense. And so the other thing that's very interesting to me, as that was coming back to mind from my time in anatomy and physiology, was learning that the body constantly replaces itself. So the digestive system, for example, only takes 30 days to completely be brand new cells. You get an entirely new digestive system, which is where over 80% of your immune system resides, in 30 days. So why are we all having chronic digestive issues when we should be able to replace our digestive system within 30 days? That's one of the fastest systems to repair itself. And it's because if we're in sympathetic dominance, we're living in the sympathetic nervous system, those cells are not set to growth and repair mode. Those cells are set to survival, where they're not receiving proper nourishment, and the biochemical functions of the cell itself are also shut down. And so then we see that on our full body level. So in the parasympathetic, you just keep regenerating and upgrading your body all the time. And so that's very fascinating. So that also blows a hole in the fact that, like, oh, leaky gut is a root cause. No, it's not. It's a symptom. So any imbalance in the body can actually be, if you say, yeah, but what caused that? It all leads here. It all leads to a person in the sympathetic nervous system and sympathetic dominance. And the fascinating part about that is we actually used to test people. We had a pulse ox monitor that was a whole medical device, and we would run it on everybody, and it would tell us on a scale where people were in their nervous system. And this was before I learned how to be fully healthy. And every single person I ever saw in my office was in sympathetic dominance. We don't have to test it now. Every single person with chronic illness is in the sympathetic nervous system. And so what we used to do is add more tools. We're like, okay, you need to do deep breathing, and you need to do yoga, and you need to do acupuncture, maybe massage. And, you need to stimulate the vagus nerve, because that stimulates the parasympathetic, and so you can gargle vigorously, or you can have a coffee enema, that does it, or you can lay down flat with your legs elevated, because that stimulates the parasympathetic, and all of this stuff. And it wasn't until I realized that wasn't making me fully healthy. It's like it would work for an hour and I'd feel good for a little while, and then I'd go right back into default mode. So now the inquiry and question is, how do I shift my default mode? That's what made the difference for me and makes the difference for my clients, is shifting default mode, not just trying to use a tool to stimulate the parasympathetic. That's not going to work if the default is stimulating the sympathetic, that's going to be a constant fight. So let me think if there's anything I want to say about that. Okay, so that led me to time out. I think that sympathetic dominance is just another symptom, because all I have right now are tools, and those provide short-term relief. Nothing is providing long-term relief. So I have to then ask, what is controlling the brain and nervous system? Because the nervous system doesn't just decide one day, oh, rationally, I think I'll choose fight or flight today. That sounds like a good idea. No, it's a default mode. Okay, so we have to then look at what is triggering and communicating with our nervous system. And I'm curious, I know some of you may know, but how would you say it? What do you guys think is? I'll hear from each person. How would you say what is controlling the brain and nervous system? And Mandy, do you want to come first? And then we'll do Ginny and Andy.
Our subconscious programs.
Well, Ginny?
I don't know.
What's your guess? Well, you know about this, so yeah, whatever's there for you, just share.
For me, it's like too much work to think about it. So it just goes into the default of how I've just always been.
Oh, that's an interesting share. I love that. Okay, time out. Let's break that down. That's like stress. It's all too much. I'm overwhelmed. And so we just got to default through life. We just got to get through life. Is that what kind of pointing to what you're talking about?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, anything else you want to share?
Well, after learning this with you and going to the other side of where you're going, I found out that's not truly the case, but that's what my brain thought.
Yes. What did you discover was the case? I'm just curious how you would word it. What was controlling your nervous system?
Before or now?
Both.
Oh, well, before I didn't even know there was another way. I just thought that that's the way life was and how we operated. And it wasn't until working with you that I even knew that there was another option to live in. So,
yes. Andy, do you have any guesses? What is controlling the brain and nervous system?
Well, I thought it was the limbic system, the amygdala mainly.
Ooh, could, and that's a very good educated guess. I would put the limbic system in this column too.
Right.
And the amygdala, part of the brain, but there's something that's controlling that.
Right. I was thinking, I guess Mandy is probably the most correct because that's probably what's controlling the amygdala or the limbic system.
Beautiful. Yes. Are these the unconscious something, right?
Right. The core beliefs, unconscious beliefs, whatever.
Oh, good one. Yes, you've taken classes with me before.
Yeah.
Excellent, you guys. So, and this is even Andy again, just looking at this, everyone newly, there will be more expanded things than just beliefs, but that is a part. So thank you all for sharing. So yes, what is controlling the brain and nervous system? How I like to say it is me. I am. What does this mean, however? It is the unconscious patterns. It is my unresolved conflicts or stressors. It's my suppressed and repressed internal stress, to what Ginny was pointing to. I didn't even know it was there, right? But it's the things it's the stress that is in me that gets shaken up by life, that then I don't know how to cope with or work through. So that's where it gets shoved. It's too much. I don't know how to deal with this. Not that sometimes we're not consciously thinking that, but that's what our brain says. It's too much, can't deal with this. And so that's where it gets suppressed and repressed. And that's what creates illness. And there's a few different practical ways that that happens. And we are going to go very deep today. This is a high level overview. We're going to go very deep into them today. So the first one is a major life change. And I like to picture this as if each of us has or are born with or acquire in our life, we each operate with like a cup or a mug. Okay. I have a big jar. Maybe your jar is smaller. Maybe your jar is bigger. And every major life change in my whole life is as if I'm pouring a little bit more water into that jar. Every time that water goes into the jar, what happens is we have to cope and adapt. And so we have a baseline of where we are in our nervous system at a baseline. Okay, so it's like everything's fine and I'm healthy usually, although birth can be a major life change and there can be changes in the womb. But for most people, you know, chronic illness develops later on in life. For most, this still works if there's some genetic thing at birth, but for most people, that's the case. So we have this baseline, and then there's a little more water in the jar, and we have to adapt. And so now our baseline is like higher, or like already holding and managing more stress. So every time we fill the jar with more and more water, with that reset point in our nervous system, or our allostatic load, what we can handle in our nervous system, there's this reset. Well, at some point, we reach allostatic overload. It's a tipping point where we are pouring water into the jar and the water overflows. So this is why, you know, for all 14 years we saw of working with clients, I saw this huge correlation between life traumas and the onset of illness. A lot of people would start talking about, well, what happened in life during or before that time that you got sick? And then a lot of people would be like, oh yeah, that was my divorce, or that was, I got married, or, you know, they would always talk about either traumas or big stressful events, but not everyone. And to me, I'm very logical. My father was a judge. Everything was black and white. You know, I need things to make sense in my brain. If something's true some of the time, then it's not true to me. So to me, that was always weird. I couldn't just say, yeah, stress or like trauma is related to chronic illness. A lot of times it was, but not all the time. Some people didn't have big life traumas. But when I learned more about the nervous system, and I learned that it only takes 3 to 6 months from reaching allostatic load to developing a new chronic illness, an illness that becomes chronic, that changed everything, because I was able to look in my own life and say, oh, it wasn't traumatic for me. My only major life change was I was in a musical and the musical ended. I would have never thought that was stressful. I wouldn't have thought that was traumatic in any regards, but it just, for me, it just happened to be the one, like it just happened to be the one that overflowed the jar. That's all. So every major life change, whether we think it's traumatic or not, or we think it's super stressful or not, every major life change is kind of added in the nervous system. Now I'll say this, that's when we're living in fight or flight, right? We're maladapting to cope with the life changes. In the parasympathetic, we resolve. It doesn't add water to our jar. It's like we're able to process through that water. So it's not caught. We don't have to like maladapt to survive and cope with it. You know, we're processing major life changes as they happen. But when we're in fight or flight, they stack up until there's one too many, and that's the overflow. So major life changes, what we discovered is they create new illnesses. And I had a mentor that taught me a lot about the nervous system from a New Life Center. And this was one of the huge discoveries was, you know, it's not trauma. You're in this fight or flight. You need to learn to live in the parasympathetic all the time, not just stimulate it for an hour or two. And the other was learning how the timeline works. And so I was able to find my major life change and resolve that. And we will do that today on the call. So that's a major life change, which creates a new illness. Then there's minor acute triggers. So while these don't change our whole life, they still shake up our stress. So all of these stressors or conflicts in life is like a shaking of the snow globe. And so they don't cause our illness. It's the snow in the snow globe that is what we're not coping with. So every time we get shaken up, if there's a bunch of snow in the snow globe, that's what feeds the sympathetic nervous system. If there wasn't snow in the snow globe, it would just stay clear water and we would stay in the parasympathetic, for example. So minor acute triggers still shake up our snow globe, and they cause flare-ups of old or existing conditions or symptoms. So the beautiful part about this is that instead of being like, oh no, I don't know why I'm like sick again, what's wrong now? Now I have to go back on my diet, back on my supplements, back on these meds, back to the doc, blah, 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 blah. Now I can just say definitively, okay, when did my symptom come back? What was the minor acute trigger that set off my fight or flight response? I work through that on the unconscious me level. And within minutes, my body is already regulated back into the parasympathetic and the flare-ups are going away. And the more I resolve, I did that a lot in the beginning. Now I rarely flare up. I don't really have to do this a lot because every time I flared up that I worked through the snow, the internal stress that triggered, well, guess what? I resolved more and more of that stress. So it didn't get shaken up again after that. So every flare up, it actually becomes a gift where you can continue to learn and grow and heal and prevent future flare-ups from happening. So that's beautiful because then I have the power. I'm not looking to something outside of me to heal me. I can regulate my nervous system by myself, within myself, at will, at conscious will. And then there's a third category, which could be called chronic stressors, or what I call ongoing relationships and responsibilities. And this just kind of jostles our snow globe all the time. And so each one of these stressors caused by internal stress, this is what is feeding the sympathetic nervous system or signaling it or triggering it. This is what is signaling the sympathetic nervous system. It is the actual root cause. Another way to say this is our biology, our biochemistry, our body responds in complete alignment with how we are perceiving life and the choices we are therefore making, consciously or mostly unconsciously. And so obviously the part of turning off the sympathetic nervous system is by shutting down these arrows, right? Removing the stimulation that's signaling the brain and nervous system that it needs to survive, that it needs to be in survival mode all the time. And so that is the process of healing, is actually addressing each one of these so that these can no longer be signaling stress and fight or flight. And the next step is to build resilience and stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system. In other words, give you a really big jar, right? So that regardless of what life dumps in to your nervous system, to your brain, you have the capacity to stay calm, to stay in a whole brain state, except of life-threatening emergencies where the sympathetic nervous system is actually needed, which is very rare. You can actually stay in the parasympathetic and approach life's ups and downs from the calm, rational, full thinking mode. Okay, you can stay at peace instead of be triggered when these stressors of life hit. And that really is a life in the parasympathetic. So I want to give an example and then we will check in on questions. Okay, so imagine the scenario that you are on your way to work and your car breaks down. From the lens or experience of the sympathetic nervous system, that life event is as if you are out of money, You don't know how you're going to even feed your family dinner that night, but at least you can get to work, right? So you can make money, get the money, go buy groceries, come home and feed your family, right? And your car breaks down. It's like, what am I going to do? If I can't get to work, I will be fired. I will lose my job. I cannot feed my family dinner tonight, nonetheless tomorrow. I mean, it's like full meltdown, right? I don't have money to fix the car. I needed the car to work so I could get to work, so I could get money just so I could feed my family. Like, what am I going to do? There's this impact of a meltdown, right? Amygdala hijack. Thank you, Andy, for bringing in the amygdala. So that's like flight, fright, fight, flight, freeze, fawn, right? Now, from the lens of the parasympathetic, my car breaking down occurs like I've got $1 trillion in the bank. If I lose my job, I have a buffer, so I'll just find a new one. I've got plenty of time to find a new one. In fact, I could probably just buy a new car. I can offer the neighbor $1,000 to go grocery shopping for me and have food prepared by the time I get home. Right? It's like you just begin thinking of solutions and opportunities and possibilities and logistics and practical stuff. And there's a whole different experience to that life event. Now, I have to use money because that's something we're very emotionally attached to, which can all get worked on in this work as well. But it's because that we can viscerally like feel those two different scenarios. What we can't imagine oftentimes, especially when we have internal stress about something that's happening in our life, is oftentimes we can't see how could I be totally at peace with that thing? It's very triggering. So that's why I use this kind of an example. So you can conceptually get the experience of how we approach life differently and how life actually occurs and feels different and how our brain thinks differently in each of these sides of the nervous system. It's very, very clear. In fact, with my clients, I can spot which one they're in by the way they talk, by the way their face looks. I mean, it's like palpable. It's palpable where they are operating from at any moment in time. So it's easy for me to point it out like, oh, are you sped up or slowed down right now? Where are you in your body? What's happening right now? It's like, oh yeah, okay, I'm caught up in fight or flight. Let me slow down, get into the parasympathetic and reapproach this. Okay, so I'm feeling now is a good time just for questions. And Andy's got a great thing to say. So it's like how on functional medicine, there is an analogy of a jar or tank of how many pathogens, how many symptoms, how many factors, environmental factors, etc., that you can take before you become chronically ill. And yes, so in functional medicine and other, in paradigms that only approach the body and focus on symptoms, that are only looking at symptoms, not the cause of them. What we blame are pathogens, which would be like an imbalance in the body of infections, bacteria, parasites, environmental factors, toxins, right? GMOs, our food quality, the water, like all of these things are what are blamed for our symptoms. And in other forms of medicine, it's basically like, that's what's blamed for the nervous system breakdown. When actually, and I will post, there's a great image. Let me see if I can find it right now. One second. This is a great segue. Zoom and technology, for Pete's sake. Okay. You guys see this? So we say trauma, but it's not necessarily trauma. We know that anything that we feel out of control of, most things, that's what to our body is like traumatic. Okay, so trauma is not necessarily what in our society we've been conditioned that it is. Our body still has a trauma response with every life change, even if it's a positive change, like getting married to your dream partner or moving into your dream house or getting that promotion at work that you've always wanted. Those are positive things, but they still cause, it's a change. So our body has to adapt to that, which takes, psychologists say, to major life changes, it takes at least 60 days to psychologically readjust to a major life change. So it's already, we know this in psychology, they're just not talking about it from a health standpoint. So when the nervous system is altered, our responses to toxins, chemicals, diet, inflammation, stress, infections is, oh, I don't know what the beginning of that sentence was. So I'll just start it again. How we are able to respond to these changes. We are no longer able to tolerate and cope with or detox toxins or chemicals. We can't digest our diet as well. And then we develop food sensitivities and leaky gut, which produces inflammation. And then our body can't even respond to inflammation. So that becomes one more burden. We can't respond to stress physiology, and we can't respond or regulate our infections. And there also is another reason for infections we'll get into later. So this is actually what sets us up for all of these other diseases, autoimmunity, and chronic illnesses in general. So yeah, functional medicine is actually blaming the the symptoms for the illnesses, right? Which is what we all do. We blame the symptoms instead of looking for what the root cause actually is. And anytime you suppress a symptom, you guarantee that the symptom is going to happen again. So for on the advanced level, anytime you ignore your flare-ups, you are guaranteeing that they are going to happen again. That's why it's so important to slow down and really get to the root cause of every symptom, illness, or condition that is there. Otherwise, you are setting yourself up for a lifetime of chronic illness, which is what the majority of the world says. Oh, you'll have this for life. Well, I mean, I have 3 disease processes: my autoimmune disease, my genetic illness condition, and my environmental illness with chemical sensitivity, and all the other things that came with that, food allergies, etc. All of those are permanent, supposed to be permanent, and I have none. My husband had 3 disease processes that was supposed to leave him wheelchair bound in his mid-20s. He's done this work in this program. He's not in a wheelchair. He has none of those disease processes, and he's actually a painter and works his body really hard every day. So it's like, you know, but he wouldn't have done that if he had followed along with the paradigm that says that's permanent and you just have to mask it, right? With pain meds, with all of these things. Let me just get back to my screen share. Okay. So, all right. So, and to emphasize, it is all major life changes, even good and bad. Absolutely. And next question. So in your approach, our body and mind is just reacting to things, but the symptom or problem is not the pathogens or the environmental factors. Like, for example, candida overgrowth. Candida is not the problem. It's the immune response to candida being out of control. That's a really good way to word it and think about it. And how we could look at that is, so that's an imbalance in the body, candida overgrowth. It's like, yeah, but why is there, but why? In the parasympathetic, digestion, immune system, all body systems are working optimally. That doesn't allow for candida overgrowth. So again, it's like, yeah, but why, right? It's so even, so for example, I lived on a Superfund site. So that's where there was toxic overspill from a uranium mine. And we were like right in the outskirts, like our well had been contaminated and shut down. But like growing up, me and my sister, we like swam in the ponds and in the ditch. Like we didn't know better. We ate like asparagus off of the pasture, right? That's had like all the toxic overspill. So for a while it was like, oh yeah, like that's why I'm sick. I started going on all these detoxes, which actually flared up with many symptoms. And you know, I don't know, it's like I wasn't all the way better through the detoxing. So I just kept detoxing. Well, here's a good question. Why did I get heavy metal toxicity, but my family did not? Or for those who had the toxicity then, right? Those who did have heavy metal toxicity, why did they not get sick? Again, it's not the thing out here, it's our body's ability to stay regulated and handle that environmental thing, whatever it may be. So there are no imbalances in the body when the body is able to live in the parasympathetic all the time. There are none. And any imbalance that we find, thank you, Andy, for such good questions, you know, anything I think I can blame my symptom on that's out here, I can say, then why does it affect you but not me? Why does it affect her but not him? The common denominator is not the toxin, the pollution, the pathogen, the infectious agent, the whatever, the GMO, the blah, blah, blah. That's not the common denominator. The common denominator is a person's system. How sensitive or capable is a person's system? How taxed or resilient is a person's system? So resilience is the ability to bounce back quickly in times of stress. Stressor could be, you know, we're exposed to whatever, a toxin or something, right? But if we're resilient, we have the ability to bounce back quickly and respond. If we're in constant self-repair mode, then we can detox the toxin or the chemical or the, you know, pathogen or whatever. We can process and handle that and be resilient and healthy. So it's really about building resilience. And I like to think of a tree. Trees are really a beautiful analogy for this. A healthy tree, we'll say a tree in the parasympathetic, if that existed, okay, would be flexible. And so as the winds and the storms come, the tree actually just bends in, and, you know, it like bends in the winds and the whatever, the storms. So a flexible tree is a healthy tree, a resilient tree. And it's not taken out by these stressors, whether it's weather, whether it's beetles, right, or bugs or infectious agents. It's resilient. And every time that it's exposed to stressors, the tree's response, a healthy tree's response, is that it actually grows its roots down deeper, right? So it pulls forth, you know, it becomes even more resilient and more capable the more stress it's exposed to. Meaning stress isn't a bad thing. There's another video I want to send you guys on that, on stress, because it's even the perception of stress that causes, it's the perception of stress that's the problem. People, there were studies done, people who view stress as not a problem don't get the same illnesses when in stressful events. People who thought stress was bad and a problem responded in a stressful way, right? And did develop the negative symptoms of stress. So when we're producing cortisol or even adrenaline, that is our body helping us, just like a tree, like reach our roots out even farther to pull more nutrients and more water and build capacity to handle our life. It's like, thank you for giving me this extra rush of energy so that I can show up and like do my best today. So it's the perception, again, of stress that determines the outcome. It's also the perception of candida that determines the outcome. Because when we all freak out about all these imbalances in our body, guess what? That's adding more stress and turmoil here. And then we're going to make choices out of fear that in the long run are just sabotaging our ability to heal even further. And we're going to go deeper into that today. So it really, really, really is our perception. And that's what my goal is, that you walk away with a perception change today so that you can start addressing what's coming up in life from an entirely new place that will lead to a life in the parasympathetic. Okay, let's see. Okay, those are the questions on the chat. Does anybody else have any questions or comments so far about this? What you're getting? What you're struggling with? Yeah, but what about this? Is it resonating? Okay, great. And I love the yeah, but what abouts, because that's where we actually like chisel out that perception that's keeping you unwell. That's the real work. So if anything pops up, yeah, but what about, or maybe she'll talk about that later, bring it up, definitely bring it up, because this is where we start kind of breaking all that down. So let me see what I want to do. We are going to go through, you're going to look at a practical example. Oh, and Andy, did you want to come on and share something?
Yes, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to ask, will we be going over the process on how to get into the parasympathetic and kind of stay there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Yes, that is where we're going. And so thank you. Yes, if anything pops up, please ask, because if it's in your space, it's in somebody else's space. We start with education for a reason, because there's no way to get into the parasympathetic until you see why you're in the sympathetic. There's no way to make that different choice, like Jenny was talking about, if you don't even know it exists. So the first thing is to have a paradigm shift, you actually have to see that you're in a paradigm, and you have to see exactly what that paradigm is, because only when that is distinct do you have any other options to look outside of that box. Right now, it's all that exists, right? These are conditioned from commercials. I mean, all growing up, you know, conventional medicine, holistic medicine, like a lot of people are operating in just this one paradigm. And we think that that's all there is. And so the way out, Andy, is no, I'm not going to get to that then. You are in a process now of learning how to get into the parasympathetic. And the only way that can happen is if you see the paradigm you're in. Once you see it, then there becomes a choice available to choose another paradigm, or that perhaps there's something outside this paradigm. Does that make sense? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see you. Hold on. Does that make sense? Perfect. Awesome. Okay. Love it. Okay, so these are behavior patterns that happen when we are in the sympathetic nervous system. Or for the ladies on the call, these are fight or flight and freeze and fawn. These are sympathetic behavior patterns that you can then become aware of. If these are still popping up, there is your next layer of growth. Okay, these are the areas where you would likely experience flare-ups in, even though your chronic illnesses are gone, which is beautiful. So I'm going to have everybody share, where do you see yourself in these behavior responses? And I understand the ladies on the call might not have as many, because you guys have done some really good work. Let's start with Mandy, Ginny, and then Andy.
Okay, hang on. I'm still reading through.
Perfect. That's okay.
I mean, I still think I've fallen to each one at times, but definitely less often than I used to, and less extreme.
Excellent. Yes, which shows a lot of growth. Where do you think you were before we started working together, before you even worked with Alicia?
I think I was in all of them, all like bouncing around between all of them all of the time.
Yes.
Every minute of every day.
Yes. Well, I love your share too, because it's cool that you've been around for a while And you can actually speak to the fact that from the work we've done, it's like these areas have shifted and gotten, and now, so maybe pick two for you, Mandy, pick two. And I know you're in our 8-week class. Pick two and just have that awareness as we go through the 8 weeks, and we can actually do some deeper work underneath those areas. And likely that is, if you flare up, likely it is coming from those areas. So you can even heart test, like which one would be most supportive to look at. That'll be a great way to go deeper. Ginny, what do you see on the board that is still popping up for you, maybe time to time?
Yeah, it's kind of exciting to look at this before and now. I remember looking at this the first time going, oh my, I have like the whole list and a lot of those different boxes. And now I'm like, oh, I have one here and two there. And it's so exciting to see the improvement.
Yay!
So yep. I have probably still one under the flight response and one under the freeze response that are that I have to keep looking at.
Perfect.
Yep.
I love it. And it's again showing your change and showing you where there's still some snow in the snow globe, but also the fact that you are living in the parasympathetic. And if those only pop up from time to time, that's just because you had a shake. Something shook the snow globe, a stressor, and just around whatever that particular thing was, there's some snow in the snow globe. And so the beautiful thing is we can catch it, we can shift it, we can heal that aspect. And then we won't have those patterns and habits anymore. That won't be our default. There will be a new default. So excellent share. And Andy, what do you see? Where are you in these four?
I would say, for me, I have maybe one or two from the fight response, but mainly most of them from the flight response, I would say. And I would say, like, growing up, basically as a child, I was definitely completely in the freeze response.
Wow, good to identify. And I love, so Mandy and Ginny, as you're aware of, have done quite a bit of work with us.
Okay.
You're coming in and are a little bit newer. And what I typically find with newer people is they can, it's kind of spread out, but usually there's like one or two that they're like, oh, it's almost all in all of the flight. Or like you said, in childhood, it was all freeze. And it's usually like the whole box. So that's pretty normal and typical. And it's beautiful that you can see this, because if you're open and willing to see this, then you can get out, right? Like then you can see, oh my God, I am in the sympathetic nervous system. This is my evidence. These are my benchmarks. It's just one way that shows up. So it really does affect everything. And thank you guys for being so open and willing to share. It makes a huge difference. So excellent. You have to be open and willing to look in at me to do this work. So what we're going to go into, and I'm feeling time just to take a break, and this will probably be our this will be our 30-minute break. When we come back, we are going to actually probably Andy, since the ladies have done this process, we're going to help you find your major life change. I'll go back so you can see it. We're going to help you find your major life change that created one of your illnesses, and help you find what you didn't cope with internally, unconsciously. That way, that aspect that is unconscious, that's triggering the fight or flight system, will now become conscious, unsuppressed, and that already begins a healing process. And then we are going to choose one of the ladies. So you ladies, you can be thinking of this. What is a minor acute stressor or a flare-up that we can actually hone in on? And maybe Ginny, I think I want to pick you for this one. we're gonna pick you, and then we're gonna walk through that stress. We're gonna find what the stressor is and walk through that process. And then Mandy, we are going to make a list of what are our chronic stressors, and you guys can do some of this on lunch. So I'm talking about it now, then I'll make sure the homework is clear. But Mandy, I'll have you share what are your chronic stressors. So these are the ongoing relationships and responsibilities. And that's where you're gonna see those two fight or flight symptoms. That's where you're gonna see is in one of your chronic stressors. That's kind of popping that up now and then. Let me see what else I want to say. Okay, so homework on lunch, as you're eating, please stay quiet and reflective. What I want you to do as you eat is really just one bite at a time in silence. And then if you have like an eating utensil, just put it down in between bites. And I want you to focus on seeing the food, smelling the food, tasting the food, whatever it tastes like, just being with it. And then also notice the chatter of the mind. What is going on in my mind? What are those thoughts? What are those questions? How does my body feel? And we're going to have a time to share when we come back. What did you start to become aware of, like in the silence, right? And something will probably get really loud, whether it's, oh, I didn't realize I had this song stuck in my head, or, oh, I didn't realize I was really worried about this other thing, or, oh, this part of my body, like I just noticed it hurt, and then like the pain got really loud. Whatever that is, just be with it throughout your time of eating, maybe 15 minutes of eating. And then we'll do a little bit of share when we get on. And then for the second half, I want for each of you, you're going to have 3 different pieces of homework. So Andy, if you want to just make a list of your illnesses and then just pick one, and then see if you can find any major life changes within 3 to 6 months of that illness. And you don't have to figure it out. We're going to figure it out together. I just want you to already kind of think through like what pops up in your mind. Okay. Ginny, pick a flare up. If you had one, the most recent, that would be helpful. And then Mandy, get a really good list of those chronic stressors. It's probably going to be 10 to 15 of them. And then we'll just have you share like what those are. And then if you noticed any of them kind of are more stressful, feel more stressful to you, and we'll chat about that. Okay. Any questions about homework or, okay, cool. We are also, remember your time. So maybe set a timer on your phone. We want to come back maybe 2 minutes early. So we will start at 12:30. So maybe just show up by like 12:28. Yeah. Okay. All right. Any questions about course content? Are we all good? Okay. Perfect. Enjoy your lunch, you guys. Okay, so welcome back from our lunch break. I wanted to clarify a few things, and then I actually pulled up the video that I mentioned on stress, and we're going to watch it. So one of my late mentors said that the root cause of all illness was stress. And that did not land for a lot of people. It was kind of like, well, I can't change my stress. So, there was just this disconnect. And so for me, going down the path of trying to eliminate my experience of stress actually led to more of what's called like a healing bypass, an emotional bypass, a spiritual bypassing, if you will, if you've heard of this term. It means that I'm saying that only my happy, positive experiences are good and healthy, and that my lower or negative experiences, stress, triggers, all of these things, grief, loss, that all of those experiences are bad. And so we tend to end up rejecting what we think are negative or bad experiences which is just another suppression and repression tool. So what I've discovered in my own life that has really made a massive difference for me getting out of that way of thinking is that stress isn't the problem. It's our perception of stress that's the problem. Just like our symptoms aren't the problem. It is our perception of the symptoms that are the problem. It's not what's going on in life. It's not the stressor. It's not the shakeup that's the problem. It's our perception of the shakeup that's the problem. And that's what leads to this turmoil. So we're going to watch a video on that. And then just so you know, in the workbook, there you have your 4. I'll share it on the video. 1 second. Oh, if it'll let me. Okay, so on your workbook, you've got this, and then you've got a whole page for the 4 aspects of the fight, flight, freeze, and fawn response. So just if you didn't take notes on the patterns that you saw, maybe just write that down in your journal or in your workbook and go back later and circle the ones that you have. Okay, so that's where we are in the workbook. So we're going to watch this video that I mentioned on stress, and then we're going to go into those 3 stressors and check in on the homework that you did over your lunch break.
I have a confession to make. But first, I want you to make a little confession to me. In the past year, I want you to just raise your hand if you've experienced relatively little stress. Anyone? How about a moderate amount of stress? Who's experienced a lot of stress? Yeah, me too. But that is not my confession. My confession is this: I'm a health psychologist, and my mission is to help people be happier and healthier. But I fear that something I've been teaching for the last 10 years is doing more harm than good, and it has to do with stress. For years, I've been telling people stress makes you sick. It increases the risk of everything from the common cold to cardiovascular disease. Basically, I've turned stress into the enemy. But I have changed my mind about stress. And today, I want to change yours. Let me start with the study that made me rethink my whole approach to stress. This study tracked 30,000 adults in the United States for 8 years. And they started by asking people, how much stress have you experienced in the last year? They also asked, do you believe that stress is harmful for your health? And then they used public death records to find out who died. Okay, some bad news first. People who experienced a lot of stress in the previous year had a 43% increased risk of dying. But that was only true for the people who also believed that stress is harmful for your health. People who experienced a lot of stress but did not view stress as harmful were no more likely to die. In fact, they had the lowest risk of dying of anyone in the study, including people who had relatively little stress. Now, the researchers estimated that over the 8 years they were tracking deaths, 182,000 Americans died prematurely, not from stress, but from the belief that stress is bad for you. That is over 20,000 deaths a year. Now, if that estimate is correct, that would make believing stress is bad for you the 15th largest cause of death in the United States last year, killing more people than skin cancer, HIV, AIDS, and homicide. You can see why the study freaked me out. Here I've been spending so much energy telling people stress is bad for your health. So this study got me wondering, can changing how you think about stress make you healthier? And here the science says yes. When you change your mind about stress, you can change your body's response to stress. Now, to explain how this works, I want you all to pretend that you are participants in a study designed to stress you out. It's called the social stress test. You come into the laboratory and you're told you have to give a 5-minute impromptu speech on your personal weaknesses to a panel of expert evaluators sitting right in front of you. And to make sure you feel the pressure, there are bright lights and a camera in your face, kind of like this. And the evaluators have been trained to give you discouraging nonverbal feedback, like this. Now that you're sufficiently demoralized, time for part 2, a math test. And unbeknownst to you, the experimenter has been trained to harass you during it. Now, we're gonna all do this together. It's gonna be fun for me. Okay. I want you all to count backwards from 996 in increments of 7. You're gonna do this out loud as fast as you can, starting with 996. Go. Go faster. Faster, please. You're going too slow. Stop, 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 stop. That guy made a mistake. We're going to have to start all over again. You're not very good at this, are you? Okay, so you get the idea. Now, if you were actually in this study, you'd probably be a little stressed out. Your heart might be pounding. You might be breathing faster, maybe breaking out into a sweat. And normally we interpret these physical changes as anxiety or signs that we aren't coping very well with the pressure. But what if you viewed them instead as signs that your body was energized, was preparing you to meet this challenge? Now, that is exactly what participants were told in a study conducted at Harvard University. Before they went through the social stress test, they were taught to rethink their stress response as helpful. That pounding heart is preparing you for action. If you're breathing faster, it's no problem. It's getting more oxygen to your brain. And participants who learned to view the stress response as helpful for their performance, well, they were less stressed out, less anxious, more confident. But the most fascinating finding to me was how their physical stress response changed. Now, in a typical stress response, your heart rate goes up and your blood vessels constrict like this. And this is one of the reasons that chronic stress is sometimes associated with cardiovascular disease. It's not really healthy to be in this state all the time. But in the study, when participants viewed their stress response as helpful, their blood vessels stayed relaxed like this. Their heart was still pounding, but this is a much healthier cardiovascular profile. It actually looks a lot like what happens in moments of joy and courage.
Dr. Rogers, we're ready for you.
We're sorry for the commercial break.
Over a lifetime of stressful experiences, this one biological change could be the difference between a stress-induced heart attack at age 50 and living well into your 90s. And this is really what the new science of stress reveals, that how you think about stress matters. So my goal as a health psychologist has changed. I no longer want to get rid of your stress. I want to make you better at stress. And we just did a little intervention. If you raised your hand and said you'd had a lot of stress in the last year, we could have saved your life. Because hopefully the next time your heart is pounding from stress, you're going to remember this talk and you're going to think to yourself, this is my body helping me rise to this challenge. And when you view stress in that way, your body believes you and your stress response becomes healthier. Now, I said I have over a decade of demonizing stress to redeem myself from. So we are going to do one more intervention. I want to tell you about one of the most underappreciated aspects of the stress response. And the idea is this: stress makes you social. To understand the side of stress, we need to talk about a hormone, oxytocin. And I know oxytocin has already gotten as much hype as a hormone can get, It even has its own cute nickname, the cuddle hormone, because it's released when you hug someone. But this is a very small part of what oxytocin is involved in. Oxytocin is a neurohormone. It fine-tunes your brain's social instincts. It primes you to do things that strengthen close relationships. Oxytocin makes you crave physical contact with your friends and family. It enhances your empathy. It even makes you more willing to help and support the people you care about. Some people have even suggested we should snort oxytocin to become more compassionate and caring. But here's what most people don't understand about oxytocin. It's a stress hormone. Your pituitary gland pumps this stuff out as part of the stress response. It's as much a part of your stress response as the adrenaline that makes your heart pound. And when oxytocin is released in the stress response, it is motivating you to seek support. Your biological stress response is nudging you to tell someone how you feel instead of bottling it up. Your stress response wants to make sure you notice when someone else in your life is struggling so that you can support each other. When life is difficult, your stress response wants you to be surrounded by people who care about you. Okay, so how is knowing this side of stress going to make you healthier? Well, oxytocin doesn't only act on your brain, it also acts on your body. And one of its main roles in your body is to protect your cardiovascular system from the effects of stress. It's a natural anti-inflammatory. It also helps your blood vessels stay relaxed during stress. But my favorite effect on the body is actually on the heart. Your heart has receptors for this hormone. And oxytocin helps heart cells regenerate and heal from any stress-induced damage. This stress hormone strengthens your heart. And the cool thing is that all of these physical benefits of oxytocin are enhanced by social contact and social support. So when you reach out to others under stress, either to seek support or to help someone else, you release more of this hormone, your stress response becomes healthier, and you actually recover faster from stress. I find this amazing that your stress response has a built-in mechanism for stress resilience. And that mechanism is human connection. I want to finish by telling you about one more study. And listen up, because this study could also save a life. This study tracked about 1,000 adults in the United States, and they ranged in age from 34 to 93. And they started the study by asking, how much stress have you experienced in the last year? They also asked, how much time have you spent helping out friends, neighbors, people in your community? And then they used public records for the next 5 years to find out who died. Okay, so the bad news first. For every major stressful life experience, like financial difficulties or family crisis, that increased the risk of dying by 30%. But, and I hope you are expecting a but by now, but that wasn't true for everyone. People who spent time caring for others showed absolutely no stress-related increase in dying, 0. Caring created resilience. And so we see once again that the harmful effects of stress on your health are not inevitable. How you think and how you act can transform your experience of stress. When you choose to view your stress response as helpful, you create the biology of courage. And when you choose to connect with others under stress, you can create resilience. Now, I wouldn't necessarily ask for more stressful experiences in my life, but this science has given me a whole new appreciation for stress. Stress gives us access to our hearts. The compassionate heart that finds joy and meaning in connecting with others. And yes, your pounding physical heart working so hard to give you strength and energy. And when you choose to view stress in this way, you're not just getting better at stress, you're actually making a pretty profound statement. You're saying that you can trust yourself to handle life's challenges. And you're remembering that you don't have to face them alone. Thank you.
Hey. So, this might bust apart some myths that stress is the problem. It's really back to our perception of it. So, can you live in the parasympathetic when things don't all feel warm and fuzzy? Yes, you actually can. Isn't that mind-blowing? That's because it's how we perceive the ups and downs of life, which are just a part of life and being human. It's how we perceive the shakeups of our snow globe that allows us to respond from that different place. And I love how she ended it, that these shakeups in life, these major life change, these minor stressors, these chronic ongoing responsibilities and relationships, those give us access to our hearts. There's a reason that I named one of our names is wholehearted healing, right? And that's the chronic illness solution. So yes, you can live in the parasympathetic from a perspective of resilience, and we'll talk a lot more about that here. And you can still experience stress, stressful events, life changes, traumatic things, but it's the perception and the approach that makes the difference. It's the sympathetic dominance, living in a fight or flight survival place where we are suppressing, resisting, trying to change all of this stuff, right? So we just feel better. It's like this escape. It's those tiny little choices that we make that go against ourselves, and we're going to get more into this soon, that actually builds that turmoil. So again, we're coming down to, I wonder what the real root cause is. Perception. There's another term before we go into just what did you get from the video and what was your homework. I want to talk about the shadow. How many, do any of you not know what the shadow, have you heard of? Okay. So Carl Jung is the father of analytical psychology, and he's the first one that coined the term shadow. And what he means by shadow is our shadow aspects of ourself are the repressed, suppressed, oppressed, rejected, judged, hidden, bottled up parts of ourselves, the traumas that we never coped with, the parts that we think are bad, aren't who we should be, aren't enough. That creates the shadow. So you could also say that as we work on that third column on the whiteboard, me, what we're doing is shadow work or shadow healing. We're bringing up all that bottled, suppressed, repressed, rejected parts of ourselves that are unconscious to us. We're bringing them to conscious awareness so that they can be healed. And he had a beautiful quote. It goes something like this: until the unconscious becomes conscious, it will rule our lives, and we will call it fate. So in this old paradigm of what is illness, we think that it's all happening to us. We think it's a mystery. We don't know why it's happening. We think something's wrong with our body or that we're broken, which, by the way, just becomes one more shadow aspect, is how we see our physical health in our bodies being broken, and then it's bad, when really our bodies are healing all the time, and they are just perfectly reflecting how we're perceiving life. So until the unconscious parts that are either signaling us into fight, that are signaling us into fight or flight, until we bring those to our conscious awareness, they will rule our lives, they will rule our bodies, and we will just think it's happening to us for no reason. So the beautiful part of the work we do with clients is that there becomes zero mystery in why one got sick. We can actually uncover the exact perception that was taking place that caused that part of the body to do what it's doing. And then we can unwind and heal that aspect. So, and what's beautiful about that is healing then doesn't just become about, I need to get rid of the suffering, I need to get rid of these symptoms. Healing becomes, oh my gosh, my body is my perfect partner for this life that gives me all the clues I need about myself and how I'm perceiving life, how I'm interacting with life, and how I'm really feeling deep down on the inside. That might not be so easy for me to see from my mind. So it is the most honest, brutally honest part of you. And it always tells the truth. Always. And so again, if we can perceive what is going on with our body as a perfect communication to us about what's going on the inner workings of us, on the inside of us, then the goal of healing doesn't just become, there's in this old paradigm, we look at health as a fixed state of being or as a place to arrive, right? That will free us from all our suffering. Well, avoiding suffering in our experience of life is the very thing that creates the illness. So it's an oxymoron. In this new paradigm of what does it mean to be healthy? What does it mean to heal? It's not about the physical symptoms. Those are just a communication. The real healing is in this deeper internal aspect of how do I view myself? How do I view my life? How am I not supporting myself? What are the shadow aspects that I've rejected? What are my insecurities, doubts, and fears that are running my life and sabotaging me? That becomes the healing. So every physical symptom or physical communication from your body becomes your greatest teacher to the real healing, the heart healing, the soul healing, if you will. And so it's so funny that we spend our whole lives when we're dealing with chronic illness hating it and rejecting it and wishing the body would just work differently, when really we need to do the exact opposite so that the body's not having to shout at us. It's like once we get the communication our body is giving, body doesn't have to keep giving us that communication anymore. That is resolved. So now we're really tying it into what is our perception and where does that come from. So let's have some shares. And I will check in with you guys also about what did you get from the TED Talk we just watched? And then we will go into reviewing homework. So let's have Mandy, Ginny, Andy share what did you get from the TED Talk? Whatever's on your mind. Or questions.
Just like being able to see how and how long I really have believed that about stress. And just feeling like my mind is a little bit blown about it.
I love when minds are blown. That's it's working. Okay, good. Yes, Mandy, and doesn't it make a difference too in like the goal isn't like peaceful bliss, never experiencing anything challenging. It's not the goal. And it's not, oh no, I'm in the sympathetic and life's gonna be horrible. It's like, no, it's all a part of life. How do I meet what's arising? How do I meet the experience and view it in a healthy way? How do I be a healthy person and support myself in what I'm experiencing? That's what healthy means.
And it made the connection for me too, in that, because we have been talking about, stress. We can be in the parasympathetic all the time, but like that I feel like I had a disconnect between stress and that. And so now it makes it like seem way more possible.
Yes. Love it. Thank you. Ginny, any thoughts, questions on the TED Talk?
I liked it. Totally supported what you were telling us before lunch, how it's our perception, and something that I've experienced that I didn't understand, and now I do from that is sometimes people around me were like in the same stressful experience, and they were like experiencing it as stressful, and I was like, oh, this is going to help me. And I thought, well, am I in denial about something here, because we're in the same boat and they're like freaking out, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, how can I use this to my advantage? And thinking back to what I've learned with you, I was like, oh, wait, am I in denial about something, that I'm like going through this and I'm finding it helpful? I mean, yes, it was stressful, but I saw a big silver lining, and I was like, I want to take advantage of that. And I didn't know how to like psychologically explain that to myself. So it makes more sense now.
Yes, I love that share. And I love how yes, we need to feel our feelings and be honest, not stuff them. But it sounds like you were, however, from a whole brain state, from the parasympathetic, we can see the opportunities in it. We're not in that closed tunnel vision of the living in the sympathetic survival mode all the time, where that's all we can see. Oh my gosh, like I can't see anything outside of this. So for me, I love stressors now. Sometimes it's hard to love them, but I know that's every opportunity for these deeper layers to come up. And it's not always challenging layers. Sometimes what I get to see in myself, like you just shared, Jenny, is my growth and changes, or like my real personality, or my preferences. Like I get to learn and grow into the fullness of who I am from a place of love and acceptance. And that's very positive, if you will. There's, so it's not always challenging patterns and habits that are arising. It really can be, these, I don't know, like then it's the gems and the pearls and the treasure that gets to come up too. So yes, the silver lining, we can only see that from the parasympathetic, just like my example of, car breaking down. Well, one, you just have supportive choices to make, right? The other one, it's like, oh my God, what's gonna happen? Okay, so love your share. Andy, what did you get from the TED Talk?
I think it basically just backs up everything you've said recently, and it just solidified everything for me, because like that's basically like scientific information saying like, hey, it's not the stress, it's the perception of it. And basically I've watched like hundreds of health summits, or read books from Gabor Mate. I'm sure you probably know who he is. And he and a bunch of health experts and functional medicine doctors now say it's all stress, and that's the popular thing nowadays. Everything is stress, all disease is stress, but no one says like, why is it stress?
Yes.
Like it's not really stress, it's what we think about, like what we feel about stress.
Yes. And how
Yeah,
to
so it's pretty
that.
incredible.
Yes, which then shifts the experience of stress. So I love that. Okay, cool. We're going to dive into our major life change. So for those, this is also in your workbook. Let's go to our workbook. So it's on page 6. And you ladies can follow along as well if there are other illnesses you haven't done this with. It's always interesting to look deeper. So Andy, we're going to start with you, since that's the first stressor we're looking at, is the major life change. And did you pick one of your illnesses to work on? Oh, hold on, you're muted.
Yes, I did. Sorry.
Oh, perfect. What did you come up with? We're going to put this on the court here.
So my main problem, that's the one I picked right now. That's basically what made me disabled now. I've been disabled 4 years because of this condition. It's called hidradenitis suppurativa. It's a skin condition. Basically, I just have a bunch of inflammation in my skin that causes a bunch of lesions to produce.
Perfect. Okay, so what we want to do, and you guys, you can just pick one. What we want to do is look at what were the major life changes that took place 3 to 6 months before the onset of this condition. Did any come to mind?
Yes. Well, I got the condition right around I was about 12 years old, and I had just moved into a new house, and I was really angry and kind of stressed because I had to move to a new house. I didn't like it at first, and I remember telling my parents, "Oh, I want to go back to my old school where I had friends. Now I have to make new friends," and I was angry, and I was just not. I was being very resistant towards everything.
Okay.
And
So
then, like 3 months later, is when I got sick.
3
Also,
months. Oh my gosh, that's our magic
yeah,
number. I say 3
yeah,
to
it was,
6, but it's usually 3.
yeah.
Perfect.
Also, like there was the house was like not brand new. It was an old house, so we were renovating, and there was a lot of water damage. So there was like we potentially thought there was mold, and my father kind of scared me by telling me, "Oh, there's water damage. Look, the water's coming down the ceiling. The mold can hurt you, and we're gonna try and fix that." But I was like, it's constantly draining. Like it's a issue we had constantly. So me moving into the new house, already not liking it, and then having to deal with something new that I found out that was called mold. I thought, oh, I hate this place. And
Yes,
then that's when I just got sick. I don't know.
very good. So I love that you're so clear. Some people have no idea, but it's usually 3 months before the diagnosis. And that's the most popular amount of time that we hear. Just
Yeah.
And this is perfect. So a move is a major life changes. Major life changes can be from birth, kindergarten, school changes, house changes, people moving into the house, acquiring new pets, people moving out of the house, losing a pet, losing a family member. There are things that are distinct of like life was one way before and it's another way after. And so we're going to boil that down to what your specific I am statement, what your unconscious identity was at that time that you didn't cope with. And before I do, I just want to share something. It popped up, so I'm going to share it. So there was this German doctor. We're going to go on a short rabbit trail. Okay. There was this German doctor, and he developed testicular cancer 3 months, magic number, after his son died in a freak accident. And so he was working in a cancer clinic at the time. And so he worked with only cancer patients. So he started asking them because he thought to himself, I was like, a fully healthy male doesn't just get testicular cancer in like a few months. This has to be related to this major life change and what I didn't cope with about it. And so he started asking all of his cancer patients, hey, I'm just curious, 3 months before your diagnosis, or about 3 months before your diagnosis, did you have an unexpected life event happen that was like hard for you to deal with or process? And then 100% of them said yes. And he said, there is something to this. So he started running CT scans on their brains, and he found detectable lesions on their brains that corresponded to the different parts of their body, meaning all the people who had cancer in their stomach had the lesion in the same part of their body, right? In the other locations of the body, the lesions were in the same parts of the brain. So then he could predict, right? If he saw a brain scan, he could say, you have cancer there, and it would be correct. Or if he saw a person that had cancer in a specific location, he said, bet you if we scan your brain, your lesion will be there. And he was right 100% of the time, 100% accuracy. So then he found he started documenting this in 40,000 case studies. And he found another 100% correlation that was really, really funny. The people who all had stomach cancer had similar types of life events 3 months prior, meaning the conflict that they experienced, the perception, the way they were perceiving life, and the type of life event it was correlated with where it would show up in the body. And so he devoted his life work to mapping that out and documenting that. And so then he would run, MRIs and monitor the body parts. He noticed that as these people began to heal, their psychological, right, biological, psychological perceptions of what had happened, and they felt a resolution about it. As soon as that resolution happened, he would rescan their brain and run an MRI as fast as he could. And the lesion was already gone or had changed. And the cells in that part of the body not working had already changed, or the cancer was gone. And so there was this huge correlation between, what parts of the brain, based on brain scans, correlate to different parts of the body and what type of life conflicts that is. So while we don't teach that system specifically, I have studied that system for over 14 years, and it has come back full circle after I learned about living in the parasympathetic. It's like, oh my gosh, it totally fits. So it helps us know what types of conflicts your body was experiencing that created that illness. So Andy, what's fascinating about the layer of the skin that there can be lesions and your condition is that it's a separation conflict. Not coping with feeling separated.
Oh, well, I guess I could see that. I felt separated from my friends because I was leaving them. I felt separated from the house that I was moved from, and like my life was being uprooted, and I didn't have any say in it,
Yes. So
even though it was a good thing for me.
yes,
to
so
move.
somebody could go through that same, a lot of major life changes are moves. We work with, and a lot of people say that was hard for me, to move and leave my friends, and they don't all develop your type of condition. Some of them develop other conditions, and it's just because they perceived that or what they struggled with about that was different. But we still know 3 to 6 months before there is always a major life change. Whether people are aware of it or not, can always find one. And as soon as we do this work and they connect with what it is, they know, oh my gosh, it's true. So let's dive in deeper. We're going to look at what you did not cope with internally. And some good questions for this are like, what did this event mean to you? What did you feel you lost? And it's not like I lost my friends. It'd probably be like, what did your friends mean to you that you felt you lost? Like a sense of belonging or, I don't know, fitting in, feeling confident, feeling at home. We don't know. It could also be what fears, insecurities, doubts were in the background about your new home, your new friends, having to step into these new unknown relationships. And it really helps to just get into your body and the memory of it, and kind of just allow whatever feelings and emotions to come up, because that's more the unconscious. It's not, you're not trying to like think this through as much as kind of just be in the body memory and kind of see what pops up. So does anything come to mind, Andy, about that?
Yes, I felt well, what I wrote down, and I think this is pretty much how I felt. For me, it felt like a sense of belonging with my old friends and a sense of freedom, because I remember like playing outside with them, and I would spend basically the whole day after school just playing, running around and getting into crazy things. And we just did whatever, and it was basically just free. We were just free all the time until like we had to go home for dinner or whatever.
Okay, yes. So those are really good clues. That feels pretty spot on about belonging and freedom. So what we
Yes.
want at the bottom of the workbook, there's always an I am statement that we try to find. So it's kind of like, what did you decide about yourself at that time? Knowing it's about this loss of belonging and freedom, I am what?
I wanted to add one last thing for the last question I forgot.
Yeah.
The fact, for me, the fact of meeting new people was very stressful to me, because as a kid, I was born premature, so I kind of had I kind of dragged one of my feet, so I kind of walked and ran funny, so people would laugh at me sometimes. And my old friend kind of got used to me, so they didn't, at first they kind of made fun of me, but they got used to me, and they encouraged me to run and stuff, and they made me feel confident. but meeting new people would always scare me because new people would usually kind of bully me.
Good. So confidence is lost. There's this
Right.
sense of belonging and freedom and confidence that was lost. And so you just kind of settle into your body. What did you think that meant about you? Like, why were you insecure, afraid to meet new people, thinking they would make fun of you? Why? Because you are what?
I guess I felt broken, kind of.
Okay, and let's good. That's good. I'm putting that down. And let's do a few more words like what else? And what does broken mean?
Hmm. Maybe incomplete also. I am incomplete, I guess I could say.
Okay,
Nothing more.
thinking of more words. Yeah, the others are resonating. That one didn't quite resonate. What do you feel like to feel broken? How are you?
The fact that I didn't walk or run like everyone else did, and it was something that people pointed out all the time and made fun of me for it.
Good, which made you feel what? So if there was no emotional turmoil, here's how you'd feel about that. Yeah, I walk funny because I was born premature. like no big deal, right? There's
Yeah.
something that has it feel the way it feels with this loss of confidence and belonging and freedom.
I guess I felt isolated from others
Good.
because usually as a kid when that would happen, people wouldn't pick me for sports and things like that, and I would be the last one to play games with people because they didn't think I could physically do what others could.
Good. Was it see if this word resonates. So was it unsupported? You felt
Yeah.
unsupported.
Unsupportive, isolating, I guess I don't know the word for it, something that reduced my confidence,
Insecure.
yeah, insecure, yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Yes. So unsupported is a really good one, and that is pretty core. It could also be I'm alone and unsupported, right? Like deeply alone.
Yeah.
Deeply.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm alone is one, yeah.
That's your I am statement. I am unsupported and alone. Okay, there could be lots of them, but we find the main one. And once we find the I am statement, the most important part is, can you see it everywhere in your life? So if you look back in your past, can you see that there was this theme woven into almost every experience?
Yeah, as a person growing up, I was very independent. So yeah, I would say that I was independent and I didn't trust people. I kind of did everything myself.
Yeah. And that would be unsupported. I have to do everything by myself.
Right.
All right. So that's how we cope. That's a coping behavior then, is hyper independence. That's one that I did, Andy. You're not alone. That was mine. and not asking for help, right? Or,
Mhm.
Some people could lean very much the other way into codependence and this and that. But yes, being unsupported and alone. So if you can see it woven into, oh my gosh, that's how I was perceiving school, that's how I was perceiving my friends, and then, okay,
Right.
so maybe you felt unsupported and alone, but then you found a good group of friends. So you had that external value, but because you didn't have it on the inside of the snow globe, because you didn't have it on the inside, as soon as that external support was gone, all of a sudden what's exposed underneath is that gaping hole. Oh, now I'm unsupported and alone again. So we go through life seeking external value, support, healing, whatever experience we think we're missing here, we seek it out here. And that's also why it's so traumatic when these life changes happen, or we go through grief and loss, because all of a sudden, that when that's taken away, boom, here it is again, that big gaping hole. The only way to make that up or to shift that is to actually have on the inside, I am supported and deeply connected, right? Or present or here for myself. Like I am supported.
Right. So the opposite of what you have now, basically.
Yes. And when you have that on the inside, outside support can come and go, but the inside stays consistent. This is a life in the parasympathetic nervous system that is resilient against the changes on the outside of life.
Right.
So what was traumatic for you, I'm going to just say that term loosely, was not losing your friends and being put into a new situation.
Right.
Which is fast because kidney issues can also come with feeling like a fish out of water, being thrust into a new situation. Maybe that wasn't your perception. Your perception was more, I can't cope with the separation that's taking place. My support system. I'm now separated from my support system. So, sorry, I went on a rabbit trail. Let me get back. The trauma was not the life change. The trauma was the fact that it shook up the snow in you, that you have this identity, I'm unsupported and alone. And that's what you couldn't cope with in your nervous system.
So it was basically the perception of losing the support and being alone again? Right. Got it.
It's the perception that then, so what happens, we'll get into this a little later. I will draw it on in a new way on the whiteboard. But I'm thinking if I want to say it, hold on, or I might just leave it for that time. Okay, I'll leave it for that time. We'll get into that in a minute. Yes. That is the inner conflict.
Okay.
Because had you perceived it in a different way or been really confident in yourself, if you had been confident in yourself, if you didn't feel broken, if you felt deeply connected and supported, if you knew you belonged and you still had a sense of freedom, then that's how you would have approached the move.
Right.
Okay, I'll make new friends, right? Like the brain would open up. Okay, these are the people in front of me, or maybe I'll become a pen pal to my old friends, or maybe we could, I don't know. Like you would have come up with ways of how you wanted that time of life to be.
Right.
You just made supportive choices. So the fact that you developed a condition shows us that there was something that you didn't cope with and process in that major life change. And it's all what we don't cope with is always internal. It's inside the snow globe. Life just shakes up the snow globe. What matters is what's inside or not inside. Is this making sense?
Right. Right.
Okay. So to see this even more deeply, can you see that you feel unsupported and alone right now in current life situations?
Slightly, yes. I mean, I have support. I have a lot of support, so I wouldn't say I feel unsupported. I'd say I feel alone just because I don't socialize much because I'm always in my home since I'm bedridden right now. I only live with my twin brother, so it's just me and him that kind of speak together. And
Yes.
I have one friend that I used to live in New York, so I have a friend from there that I talk to. And right now I live in North Carolina, so we just kind of talk over Messenger, and I talk to him most of the time, daily. That's kind of the only other person I speak to.
Okay. So you're adapting to your circumstances, but what's happening is your brain doesn't even see any other possibility. So
Right.
I've done this a long time. Like I'm cutting to the unconscious. Okay. Just like seeing right through you. It's your brain basically just said, this is as good as life will get. So I'm pretty supported based on how good life will get. So let me ask you,
Okay.
how supported do you feel to live the life you'd really like to live?
Well, currently, I guess not really, because the life I like to live is a life where I'm free to do what I want and be happy. But right now, I'm not in the right financial situation or physical situation to get to the right financial situation. So I kind of I depend on certain people to help me with finances, help me get to places, things like that, get to doctor's appointment, to the grocery store, things like that. And yeah, they're always there, but it's tough.
Yes. So for you, there's this aspect of the freedom, because you even said that with your friends. So
Right.
I'm not free. And that's the kind of support.
Mhm.
It's like, I don't have what I need to be free in my life with what I really
Mhm.
want, how I really want to live. And part of that has an alone aspect to it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like I feel like I have the support to live the life I'm living now, but I don't have the support to live the life I want to.
You got it. And can you see it everywhere? There's
Mm,
always a but, always a circumstance, always a I'm not free, I don't have what I need in order to do that.
yeah, yeah,
It's everywhere.
yeah. I can pretty much see it in my life.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
Okay. Like if you were to have an intimate relationship, this is what's going to run the show. I'm not free. I'm unsupported and I'm alone.
yeah, that's true. I've always noticed like I don't know what it is about me, but I have like a kind of entrepreneur mindset. And I've always thought like I don't like working jobs, but I have to. I don't like people telling me what to do, but I have to listen to them to make money. I don't like being committed to people because I like to be alone most of the time. And it's always been like about freedom, me being free and alone. Like
Very
I find my being alone as freedom for me. But then also I do crave like, connection and want to be around people.
yes. But that got broken. Not really. Okay. But the
Right,
perception was that was
right.
broken at this time and you didn't cope with it. And it develops these identities, these unconscious false identities, similar to a false belief, that then rules our life. And we can't see it. Now you're beginning to see it. So this would show up everywhere. Our identities affect
Mm.
everything, our finances, our jobs, our intimate relationships, our spirituality. This is everywhere. The scary thing is if you can't see it, it's running your life. If you can see it, it becomes conscious. So even what you shared about, oh no, people are always there. Yeah, but do you feel not alone when they're there, or is there still a sense of separation even amongst the people in your life, between you and them? Between
Yeah, there's definitely a sense of separation because most of them are like family and friends. But since I can't really do anything with them because I'm so physically limited, I feel like, oh, I want to do more.
yes. Good job. And what are you feeling? What are you starting to realize?
Um, hmm, I just feel kind of sad.
Yes. Why?
Because this isn't the life I wanted.
Good job. Yes.
Sorry.
Nope, it's good. Let it out. And isn't this the same sad as when you lost your friends?
Yeah.
Yes. So we don't realize it, but unconsciously, we make decisions in these major life changes, and then it just ripples into our entire life. And what we don't cope with then just persists.
Right.
You did a beautiful job, and
Thank
everyone
you.
cries at this part if they get it. So you're great. You're doing perfect. This is it. And if you think about how this feels, this is one of the red arrows that's signaling the sympathetic nervous system. I have to survive. Why? Because I'm not free. I'm stuck. I'm not supported, and I'm alone. And maybe there are people taking care of me now, but what if they leave? What if they die? What if they're sick of it, right? There's always this fear of losing the relationships, and there's always a sense of a disconnection even when they're there.
That's true.
Yes.
That's exactly how I feel.
Yes. Your body is telling that story. That's the story your body is telling. And your skin issue is a separation conflict.
Okay, that makes sense.
It does. Isn't this amazing? I'm like, gosh, can't we just get to the root cause like this? Why do we have to go through years of testing and treatments? And so good job, Andy. So this is now becoming conscious to you. So don't be surprised if you're going to start seeing it everywhere. Like, oh my God, there it is again. There it is again. There it is again. Oh my God, there it is again.
Yeah, like I have all these memories flooding in, and I'm thinking, oh, this has been my life ever since I was little. Like I've been doing the same. I've been in the same programming all my life, basically self-sabotaging myself.
Yes. And you're not alone. We all do it in our own versions. And you were so coachable and courageous and committed to be willing to see that. Good job. So this for you is what would change and shift and heal inside addressing the red arrows. Sure. And for Andy, that's different than what mine was, which is different than you ladies, which is different than what my husband's was. Like, we all have our own version. For me, it was a sense of belonging. For my husband, it was this I'm not man enough thing, so we all have our own versions, but the mechanism is the same. And we could prove it on a CT scan, which is just so crazy to me. It's so beautiful. So, excellent. So, we don't have time today, but if you guys do want to run any of the major life change stuff by me, I'm happy to follow up with you. And then we have, we actually are offering a free breakthrough call to be able to help people find their major life changes. So we can schedule that. And then also there's another process that I want to have you guys walk through that we might not get to today. So, okay, so let's switch gears to the minor acute stressor, Ginny. So that's a major life change. We just witnessed what causes a whole new illness and how it makes complete sense. And how that unresolved inner turmoil is what keeps this persisting. And now we're going to look at a flare-up. So this is in on page 7 of the workbook. I will share my screen. Okay, so we're just going to go through this together. So Ginny, do you want to come on? Okay. So what flare-up did you come up with?
Well, I have been having quite a bit of brain fog with decision fatigue, and just got tipped over. My cup just got tipped over to overwhelm, which was my timeout. And then being unsupportive by not sleeping enough.
Okay. Which is likely just one of the patterns and habits. Coping with what, yes. Not coping with, trying to cope with what you're, I should say it this way, trying to survive what you're not coping with.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfect. So what I like to do is just list those symptoms up at the top. And this is like, if there's any, you guys will know if you're flared up, because it's like obviously way worse all of a sudden than what you're used to. Or if you're fully healthy and you're a graduate of our complete health program, then if you have any symptoms at all, that's a flare up, black and white. So I always just list the symptoms and then I look at when did that happen? Like when did it start, what day? So I can start looking at my calendar and figuring out what the stressor was. So what day, when did this all begin?
It began, there's two possible dates, but I think it was the latter one, where I had a good experience where I got to buy somebody's book of business and help her retire. And then we had a day where our upline kind of got yanked out. I guess you could say from above us because it's an upline. And I found that out in a meeting where I realized that this person that I had bought her book of business, I really missed going to all of the trainings and meetings and whatnot. Like it was my realization that she was really gone.
Mm, okay.
And so I didn't think of it at the time, but I realized looking back at it today that I felt like my support system and the person that, you know, when things got thrown at us, we would encourage each other, that was all gone. Like I had known it, and the people that work around us that are kind of like super stable, the rock people, like no matter what's happening, they always see that silver lining and they rally the troops, and they were not doing that. And so it was really odd, a really odd feeling, like hanging out there. And I didn't stop to feel like the feelings, right? And
Yeah, this
so
one you can't see the silver lining, so you're in the turmoil.
yeah, so I was like, all of a sudden felt overwhelmed and had decision fatigue, like I could not decide anything. And I was like, okay, time out. This is not how I normally react to something. I missed dealing with something. And that combination and realizing that I had neglected supporting myself. So and there was one supportive thing that I had told myself I would do this summer to be ready for this busy time of year. And I just never got around to it because I kept putting other people in front of me. And so, yep. So when it happened, I was like, okay, it's time to stop. So today is my last day, my deadline, right, to get certain things done. And I was like, no, I'm going to do this class and just stop all the busyness and all the crazy and just slow down and do something like this to support myself and then go from there.
Good for you. So, are you still experiencing those symptoms, or did they go away once you figured out?
I am feeling a lot better just having written it out at lunchtime. And I think that I need to set some time aside for myself to just regroup, basically, instead of keep saying yes to people. So
Good for you. So I love you, and you are familiar with our work, so you kind of already did this. But so just a review, she got the symptoms. There were two stressors. And I always like to put it in parentheses, like, I looked at my phone and saw so-and-so said this. Like, I'm really specific about like, and what you said, I realized my girl was gone and that felt like my encouragement and support was gone during the meeting or whatever. So that's the stressor. If you want, you can just dump kind of the reactions, emotions, thoughts, feeling, judgments, whatever that arose, like all of the stress. You can get it out. Some people can just skip that part. And then you want to look at the resolution. How can I support myself? Like, what are the supportive options that I have right now? What do I need right now to feel at peace? Andy, that's a good question for you. What do I need right now to feel at peace? And if you feel stuck, like you can't think, that's when you reach out to your mentor. But Ginny, very good. And setting aside, I was listening for the resolution. Setting aside time to regroup is important. And we'll talk about later today, but I'll bring it up now. It's like the 15 minutes a day for you so that you really can be present, think through your day, make supportive choices, feel your feelings, and just check back in. How am I doing? And Ginny, I love that you said and made this decision, because people go one of two ways. There's a fork in the road when life gets busy, which is really us just speeding up. But when life gets busy, we have the option to say, no, I'm going to take time for myself and recalibrate. I'm going to show up. Life will be there when I'm done. Or we use life as the excuse, which is when we are not committed to ourselves, when we are putting ourselves last, and when we are making fires everywhere in our life because we're in this sympathetic dominance. So my job is mostly to hold people accountable for that. Where are you right now? Are you in fight or flight? Are you thinking with a whole brain state, or are you just in reaction and survival? And in reaction and survival, we will never get caught up. It will always be busy. There will always be burnout. There will always be ever overwhelmed. We will always be alone, never have enough support, never be free, always be stuck. And so it's how we're operating now that determines that experience of life. And it has ripple effects everywhere. So the biggest trap is when you think you're too busy to put yourself first. Like, man, that you are on the path to burnout. I can see it well in advance. Some clients, I say, you have 2 weeks and you're going to be in a massive flare up. 2 weeks come by, they're calling me, oh my God, you were right. Because that's what happens when we don't stay present and don't make supportive choices and just allow ourselves to run in the sympathetic nervous system. So excellent. Very good. And hopefully this helps everybody in their flare-ups. And I'm always happy to help you guys. You can always do this worksheet, send it in, and I'll check it and give you feedback and help you out with it. So there are some, oh, we're not done. I forgot I made a page 2. These are additional introspection questions, Ginny, on your flare-ups. So how do you know you are putting yourself last when you started experiencing this, that you were just in the reaction mode, not slowed down, checking in? What are the supportive choices I can make?
Which ones that I should have done and didn't? Is that the question where I was putting myself last?
Oh, just when you were experiencing brain fog, the fatigue, the overwhelm, how do you know you were sped up, pushing through, putting yourself last?
Because I really knew I needed to stop and come up with a game plan, get organized. So because with the speed of how things have to happen and not wanting to be sped up and not wanting to overlook anything, and working smarter, not more, or whatever that saying is. I knew I had to put together a workflow to support that, and some checklists to make sure everything was getting done, so I didn't have to stress and worry if I was like forgetting something.
There you go.
And I didn't do it.
Good job. And do you know the moment now that it hit you where you're like, oh, I need to do that, and you ignored it? Can you look back and see?
Yes.
Okay. So
I can almost tell you the exact name of the person who I like put in, oh yes, I'll help you, and then push that to the side.
Good.
But
So that's the key. This is an example of when we get shaken up and flared up. If we slow down and do some introspection, we can see where our choices, we ignored that intuition of what was good for us. And that built this stress and turmoil. And we were just suppressed how we were feeling, didn't listen to what we were needing, and then we just powered through life. And that creates, obviously, like I said, your body will always tell the truth. So your body's telling you the truth. And then knowing when was my first indicator that something was off, right? Or that there was a trigger or a flare up or a stressor that I needed to face and work through and support myself through that I just skipped over. That's the most important question, because if I can look back and find that moment in the future, it helps me not ignore that. It's like, oh, this is one of those moments. Am I going to ignore it or am I going to listen? And it helps train you. So I love flare-ups. They are just golden. They are golden teachers. Okay, very good. So on the next page, we've got chronic stressors. Everybody should probably have like 10 to 15 of those in their life that are happening. And Mandy, do you want to come on and just share your list of chronic stressors and which one maybe feels like it has more stress around it?
Okay. I listed myself as one of my chronic stressors.
Good one.
My
I haven't
husband,
heard that, but that's pretty good.
my husband, my kids. I list the baby in a different category because she just needs me in a whole different way.
Yes.
My stepkids, money, bills, distant family, friends, the dogs, like the pets in the house, my business, owning a home, owning a car, and change.
Good. There's also like taxes.
Mm-hmm. Grocery shop.
Grocery
Cooking.
shop. Yes. There is social media. I don't watch the news much, but there's that kind of like world events. So anything that is a part of your life ongoingly, spirituality, religion. What are some other ones? I mean, housekeeping, eating. Like we all have to eat. Things of this nature. I like that you listed the cars because it's like, yeah, the car upkeep, that's a chronic stressor. Anything that's ongoing, that's in your life, that's a responsibility relationship, is a chronic stressor. So our first goal in the program is really to resolve chronic illness. In the complete health program, we don't want any chronic illnesses. We want you fully healthy. And so I like to think about resolving that major life change as like one of the most important things that we do, and learning how to live in the parasympathetic. Phase 2 is like, now that you're fully healthy, you'll see how often you flare up. And that's a habit, by the way. Those are your habits and patterns. That's not an ongoing issue. That's like you actively have a stressor, ignore it, make unhealthy, unsupportive choices, and then your body tells on you. And so it's the second phase, lasts usually a couple months, of working through flare-ups and being really diligent. If there's any symptoms, black and white, I am dealing with a minor stressor and I need to learn, just like Ginny did, I need to learn how to slow down, work through that, make supportive choices. And then with the chronic stressors, like phase 3, notice that all of those areas are parts of your life. So now we're not talking about health. We're not dealing with symptoms. Those are all gone. What we're dealing with is, how do I become a healthy person in each one of these areas of life? How do I take what I've learned of how to be healthy and make those kinds of healthy choices in those areas where I'm supporting myself and I'm feeling at peace. Yes, so that's kind of those are the 3 red arrows that are turning on the fight or flight system chronically. And so those are the 3 kind of stages of unwinding that. This is a good time for questions. So Andy, go ahead.
So my question is, once you identify these stressors in your life, or the responsibilities and relationships that you have in life that are causing stress, so your goal in the end would be to minimize the perception of these stressors, right? Basically switch a negative perception that they're giving off to a positive perception. Is that what we're kind of looking for?
Thank you for asking that. Let me see how I want to word that.
Like, for example, say you have a person that you love, but they do certain things that bother you. Would you try and, I don't know, change your perception to that, where the things they do don't bother you as much, but you're more accepting of them? And basically, you show compassion and love towards them,
Yes.
and gratitude towards having them in your life, I guess.
Yes. Let me answer that this way, and then we'll take a break for everybody. Potty break, water break. This is perfect. So I'm going to answer that through the whiteboard. And then I love that you gave an example about a person in your life, because people, right? People. Okay. So a lot of what I teach is teaching you the nature of what does healthy patterns and habits look like. What do unhealthy patterns and habits look like, so that you can know the difference and make different choices. So, see, oh, hold on. There we go. So there are 5 core areas, which we're going to review at the end as well, more in depth. But there are 5 core areas that we teach are a foundation for living in the parasympathetic. Because how do we change that inner turmoil? Really, it's our relationship to ourselves that is mirrored out into every part of life. So the first thing is slowing down, being present, being grounded, so that, like Ginny shared, we can actually catch what's going on, so that we can work through major life changes and feel our feelings and cope with that, so it doesn't become a false identity, so that we can face all of those different parts of life, like Mandy was talking about, that are triggering areas, and look at what are the healthy and supportive choices I need to make for me. And so slowing down is a key. Being committed to yourself, meaning I am open and willing to look at everything that's really going on in me, the shadow, the dark parts that I don't want to face. I am willing and open to looking at that snow in the snow globe, so that I can do my healing work. Putting myself first instead of last, meaning I'm making sure I have a full cup and that I can bring the best of me to my life, right? That time for myself is on my calendar every day, or at least like 3 times a week. Learning to put myself first, learning to slow down before every choice I make. What is the healthy choice here? What has integrity for me? What is going to have me be at peace with myself? The next one is parenting myself, really learning to make choices that have integrity, to show an excellence of character, and to not give myself the short end of the stick. So, we all take shortcuts. We're going to be talking about them more, but it's like, I'll skip brushing my teeth tonight. It doesn't really matter, right? Or I'll hit snooze. I won't get up when I say I will. Or, little things like not stopping at stop signs, or not washing my dishes after use. There's tons of shortcuts everywhere. And it's actually these shortcuts, these choices that we make that don't have integrity with ourselves, that we teach builds snow in the snow globe. So this is another one. Like, stress is the cause of disease. You know, I'm always like, oh, really? Like, which one? From which choices? What turmoil? Like, what does it sound like? What shook it up? You know, and nobody has answers. So stress is a very specific thing. And so when I am taking shortcuts, which are self-defeating behaviors, I cannot lie to my body, and my body tells the truth. So it's as if every choice I make, of which I make hundreds a day, is either building stress or building resilience. It's a health savings account or it's a withdrawal, right? A health withdrawal. And so this is so important. So we talk a lot about this, and I have some structures for you guys to implement that. And the fifth one is addressing stressors. So what, rewinding, what didn't I cope with? For Andy, it's like, am I broken? Am I powerless and stuck? Am I alone? Am I unsupported? And first thing, Andy, is I would point you to yourself. It's like, you're not supporting yourself. You're not slowed down and connected to these inner parts of you. Like, it starts with you first, and then it's reflected in your relationships with other people, with money, with time management, with your job, with your body, you know, in these other areas. But it first starts with you. How are you treating yourself? And that's really what changes. Is a person who is learning to have a healthy relationship with themselves through life lives in the parasympathetic. A person who has an unhealthy relationship with themselves actually has or lives in the sympathetic, and they're taking tons of shortcuts, and they're sped up and powering through, and they're not very open to seeing what's going on here. It's all getting suppressed and shoved down, and they think they're making all the right choices, but they're not, like, connected to their hearts. They're putting themselves last, and they're not working through their stressors. So this is like the core 5. And to put that into an example of, like, if there's somebody that's bothering me, right? Like in a relationship, I first point you to you. Why? Right? Like, they are just a shakeup of the snow globe. What is the turmoil that's unconscious? What is the turmoil that's causing me to be triggered by that? So if it's a judgment, like, if you spot it, you got it. There's some shadow work tools for you. Whatever I see that I'm judging or that irritates me in somebody else, I am doing in my life to myself in some way. Owning that, looking in the mirror on that, and really taking ownership and shifting those choices and patterns and habits, like, that is the healing. Something won't bug me in someone else if it's a part of me that I've accepted. So the parts of me that are unresolved, repressed or suppressed, rejected, right? Like the shadow parts, it's only if that I have that issue in me that I'm not resolved about, that I will be triggered by that outside of me. And so that this is where everything becomes a mirror to learn and grow. My body is just a mirror of how I'm perceiving life and how I'm treating myself and about my choices. And so are my relationships. They're just another mirror for me of how I'm perceiving life, how I treat myself, how I believe about myself. And it's the ability to start unwinding and uncovering these deeply held, repressed, false beliefs and these parts of ourselves that we've rejected. And these, it's also like the facades of who we think we have to be that we put on like a mask. That is so exhausting and draining. Like, it's the unwinding of all of that and learning about myself, and it's kind of like expanding my point of view. So like you said, do I shift my perspective from negative to positive? Yes and no, but I would probably word it a different way. It's like, can I uncover why that's bothering me? Can I really look into it? Like, how does that mirror to me about myself? What is really bothering me? And being that honest, and then expanding our awareness that it's not just these reflexes that we all live in. It's kind of, we all have the same patterns and habits, even in our mind, even the way it thinks. It's like we just react to stuff, and it's kind of all the same auto-recurring, just repeating loops. And so if we can actually expand our awareness and have perspective in this area, the unconscious area, it automatically starts giving us access to shifting those patterns and habits. So the moment I identify that when my husband is sarcastic with me and it triggers me, and I hate sarcasm, but if I'm triggered, I know there's something for me in here. So I can actually look in there and say, okay, what about what he said, like, is true that I didn't want to hear? Or what about what he said is something that I am doing or that I'm judging myself for? Or I can even ask, like, what am I judging him for in his sarcasm, for example? And if I were to think about that, this is what it is. He just says his words frivolously without intention, and then just like leaves it in the space unresolved. So if I use that as a mirror, where do I just spew a bunch of like unintentional words and then just leave it there unresolved? And I can see it's like I allow myself to gossip about other people with my husband because he's my husband, right? So I can tell them. And so that's just another really good mirror of like, ooh, that is building stress and turmoil. I don't feel good about myself when I'm doing that. So that's just one example of where we kind of use that mirror. And instead of just being reactive and judgmental, which is coming from the mind, I'm slowing down and really doing the introspective work, which is what I say is in the heart. So a life driven by my mind is in the sympathetic dominance. A life driven by my heart, my values, my principles, self-awareness, self-growth, self-development is a life in the parasympathetic. And it's ever expanding. There's no end goal. I always want to be learning and growing as a person in my life. And my body right now, for people with chronic illness, the body is just kind of the easiest mirror to start with, for example. So I want to check in on that because I know those are some deeper concepts. Andy, does that make sense and answer your question? Do you want any clarification on that?
I just wanted to touch on something real quick, if you could.
Yeah.
You said I wasn't supporting myself. Could you give an example of that? Like, I was thinking when you said that, maybe like how I kind of speak to myself or my body, where I say my body's sick now, it's reacting to foods or reacting to certain things, and that's what's making me sick. Is that a way I don't support myself? Or
That is a good way. Our internal dialogue to ourselves, absolutely. That is a way we don't support ourselves. And I want you to start listening to that. What is my inner dialogue to myself? That is very reflective of your relationship to yourself and how you treat yourself. Would you talk to somebody else that way? Likely not. I mean, it was
No.
shocking to me when I started being like, oh, would I say that to my mother? It's like, you know, would I say that to a stranger? Would I say that to one of you? And I'm like, oh my gosh, no, that's kind of borderline abusive. That's how hard on myself I was. So yes, that's pointing to one little part of an unhealthy relationship with yourself. That's
Right. So supporting myself would be like more compassion, not judging, being more grateful and loving towards my body.
Yeah. And then learning
Yeah.
what that really means, not just the positive thinking, but really learning to be there through life in that way. And Ginny had another great example of not supporting herself. It can be very practical too. Like, I knew I needed to get organized because there was this shift of responsibilities that I took on. And I put everyone else first. And in that choice, I put myself last. I care took someone else, however you say, you know, you gave your time to somebody else, Jenny, not yourself. And that has led to that your brain knows, oh, I'm not organized. I don't have what I need. Things don't feel clear. And so that built stress. And that's a way. That's like an action of not supporting yourself. So it can look all sorts of different ways. This is like a journey of finding all the ways that we don't support ourselves. All of them, infinite for the rest of our lives. Anything else about that? Okay, and you have, by the way, you have these core 5. These are on the last page of the workbook with exercises for them. So just FYI. And then Mandy, I just realized that I didn't have you answer the question about which one of your chronic stressors is like has the most stress for you still.
Outside of myself, I would say the baby.
Are you sure? I'm gonna poke at you.
I thought I could say that. No, I'm not sure. Or maybe that's how it feels.
Okay, what's another one?
Another one. My distant family. No. Okay.
I heard it when you said it.
You heard it when I said it?
And then we just didn't go back to it. I just
Okay.
want you to be aware
Great.
of it. It'll likely occur as an area that you keep thinking you want to do work on, or that you need help with, or that you find triggering.
Okay. I mean, I know I've been doing some work on my stepkid.
Close.
Well, then that would leave my kids or my husband.
Which one?
I must not want to know.
Good honesty. Did you all hear what she said? I must not want to know. That's totally it. The mind goes into resistance. We want this to stay unconscious because if I know the area I struggle in the most, then I have to face it. So you're doing great. Which one, your kids or your husband?
I'm gonna say my kid.
That's so funny because it's the one you don't want to say.
Yeah.
How do you know that? How do you know your husband is right now like the biggest shakeup for you?
Because I don't want him to be.
Yeah, which really just means I don't want to face the snow that gets shaken up there. And good job, Mandy. I know this is vulnerable. You're doing great. It's more honest to feel and allow the tears to come and face it than it is to bottle it up. And so the beautiful thing is intimate relationships, family are like one of the biggest mirrors for us. And it has the abilities, like another one is like a stir stick for all of our turmoil. It tends to stir us deeper, the more deeper seated insecurities, doubts, fears. It tends to bring all of that up in ways that other things just can't. And so, yes, I know you don't want to know it's the thing that's shaking you up the most, but also this is the thing that's going to allow you to grow the most and expand more fully into the wholeness of who you are. This is the golden teacher. And so if we can, perspective, right? Perception. If we can switch that from, oh my gosh, it's all this turmoil, to like, oh my gosh, like that's the area where I get to grow and expand the most and become more at peace with myself. That's pretty cool. That's worth feeling all those yucky things come up, right?
Yeah.
And maybe also think of the video. It's like the perception of stress. Oh, this is here to show me something. Oh, this is here to teach me something. Oh, this is inner turmoil that was already in me from my relationship with myself. Now it's just coming up to heal. Now it's just this next layer that's coming up to be resolved. Thank you. Thank you that that's coming up. And not just saying the words, but really believing it, really feeling that. So this is beautiful. And we can do some one-on-one work on that as well.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
So yeah, 'cause that makes me think my never mind email to yesterday was like not wanting to look at it.
That's okay. I knew there was stuff there and we'll look at it. Beautiful. Okay, so we are going to take a 15-minute break. Please stay in quiet reflection and please like move your body. Like just, we've been sitting here for a while, so just go move, go outside if you can, just do something refreshing, get a snack, just something. When we come back, we are going to go into presence exercises where you're going to get to experience the parasympathetic. And then we have our two last segments, which kind of all go together, where we're going to have the paradigm shift. And then we're going to look at the 5 discoveries and 7 declarations on how to live in the parasympathetic. And what does that mean? How do we apply that in our lives? And that'll be it. So we're on the home stretch. Okay, thanks guys. 15 minutes. All right. So we're going to go into some presence and experiencing the parasympathetic nervous system. You have the exercises that we are going to be doing in your workbook, and I will show you where. Maybe. So it's on page 10. You do not have to look at this. I will be guiding you through it, but I just wanted to let you know that you have these. So these are great for you to take into your life, and be using 5 to 10 times a day. Now, one could use this as a tool to stimulate the parasympathetic. That is not the point of this. If you do that, it will not work. It is a nice tool, but it's actually all of the 4 things that I'm going to be walking you through today is a pointing towards something. So it's not the point in and of itself, it's pointing you towards something, which is how to be slowed down and present within yourself. Okay, so a person could do these exercises and not do what I'm talking about. And a person could also be present and slowed down in themselves and in the parasympathetic without doing these exercises. So these are just a helpful support to kind of help you experience and discover what I'm talking about, okay? So the first one, we're going to, I like to call that grounding. And Andy, be comfortable, but you can ground in bed. But I usually like to have my feet flat on the floor, if possible. If not, don't worry about it. I put my arms on top of my shoulders. And then we're going to take 3 deep breaths with the intention to slow down. For this one, I want you to keep your eyes open. And I just want you to pick something to stare at. And I'm going to be walking you through this together. So we're going to take 3 deep breaths, and we're going to switch our arms, take 3 more deep breaths, and then check it. Okay, so take 3 deep breaths. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Switch your arms. Usually takes about 60 seconds. And it's a cross-lateral exercise which stimulates both sides of your brain that actually helps create a whole brain state, and opens you up to the unconscious. I think in the workbook I might have called that the cross-lateral. I was going to have a share at the end, but let's share now since there's only 3 of us. We'll do Andy, Mandy, Ginny. What did you notice in your body, in your mind after doing the grounding?
I felt like instant relaxation and like a feeling of safety.
I like that. Relaxation and safety are experiences of the parasympathetic nervous system. That
Right. It felt like a hug.
good. That could be the experience all the time. And I definitely want you using, and you might pick which one you like best and use that, but 5 to 10 times a day, hugging
Right.
yourself. That's so great. It's bringing yourself back to center, getting out of fight or flight into the parasympathetic. And I will say this, if you were in the parasympathetic, it probably wouldn't have been as noticeable because you would have already been slowed down. So it's just a really great, this is a taste of like what it could be all the time. Mandy, what did you experience this time after the grounding exercise?
Like everything slowed down and there was nothing going on.
Love it. That is being present because it is slowed down and nothing else is going on except for what's present. And it's amazing because nothing in your life changed, either one of you. It was just a getting present. So very good. Ginny?
I always, well, I don't always, I shouldn't say it that way, but I got the sense that it was peaceful and like everything's gonna be okay. Like it's all just, yeah.
Yay, you guys are doing so good. Very coachable, very, very in tune as well. So that's beautiful. So yes, those are all traits of living life in the parasympathetic. Now you have a tool, but hopefully you don't use it as a tool only. Hopefully you use this to teach yourself to be in that space all the time and to bring yourself right back to that space if you notice you're triggered, sped up, whatever. Okay, next one. This is creating a state of coherence, which is where the brain and the heart communicate with each other, and also getting you out of the thinking mind into the heart center, which is where more presence and self-awareness is. And you have access to those unconscious things that might bubble up. So I'm going to have you for this one not take a deeper breath than normal, take a normal depth of a breath, but just make it like drag out longer. So instead of, that being a breath, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 to 5 seconds in, 3 to 5 seconds out. So it's not a deep breath, but it's just a slower breath. Okay, so start breathing that way in. Keep going. Keep going, and I'm going to keep talking. As you're breathing in and out, 3 to 5 seconds each, you're going to then become aware of like your heart center. And you might start noticing sensations in your heart area. Appreciate, be grateful for them. And then this thing will happen where it's almost as if your heart is the one breathing. You might also notice an energizing aspect to this. I'm going to have you guys do it for 2 more minutes, so just keep going. You can also focus on a specific emotion or perception that you would like to have. All is well. I have everything I need in my body, in my life, whatever or a feeling, gratitude, appreciation, love, being loved, whatever that is, you can begin to breathe that in and out as well, into your heart, throughout all parts of your body. Just keep breathing in slowly and out slowly. Okay. And then we will go ahead and just share what is your experience of that. Andy, Mandy, Ginny.
It was a strange experience that I could feel it was like I could feel my heart more profoundly than ever. Like I connected to it somehow, kind of like it was controlling my breathing. Yeah, it was weird.
Good. No, that's great. Perfect. This is also another aspect of the parasympathetic, as we are in our heart. And some people could say our high heart, the seat of our intuition, right? Where we know what is true. So a lot of people ask, yeah, but like, how will I work through whatever comes up? It's like, well, when you're present, you have that intuitive capacity. The insights are just there. So this is beautiful. I always refer to living in the parasympathetic as living from your heart, not your mind, not ego. And so that is a beautiful thing, Andy. I love that. Mandy, what did you experience?
Like how my heart's feeling.
Oh, did some more challenging emotions start coming up?
Yeah.
You want to share which ones?
Like feeling really sad.
Good job. So what Mandy experienced is that when she got present and dropped into her heart, she was able to see the kinds of emotions that are being stirred up that she's been suppressing. And so the beautiful part about that is when we're present, they can just arise. And emotions only are in our system about 90 seconds at a time, like a wave. If they last longer than that, it's because we've attached a story from the mind and now we're in the loops of the mind. So beautiful job, Mandy. That might be a really good one for you to do this week. Like instead of grounding, just that one, because that will allow you to drop into your heart and start clearing out some of what's been there. Okay. Jenny, what did you experience with that one, with coherence?
When it connected, it was like my body was saying, "There you are." And it just felt like a group of friends like ready to hang out. And then after you were talking about telling our body, what we want to experience or whatnot, it came up that this is going to be a great opportunity here in the future to be able to help a lot of people and bless them. And like I felt like my body was there to help me do it and felt very supportive. That was kind of weird.
I love this. Oh, you guys, this is so great. I actually have never done all of these back to back in a group. So this is a lot of fun for me. And each of you are pulling out aspects that I know in my personal experience living in the parasympathetic is like. So with Ginny, I love this aspect for you is I have heard in my head, there I am. I totally, as soon as I recommitted to myself or slowed down and reconnected, as soon as I drop into my heart, oftentimes it's like, oh, there I am. And like I say, if you have yourself through the ups and downs of life, you can navigate them. If you have no self-awareness and you're just robotically surviving life and you don't have yourself, that's where we just go in those stress patterns and habits. So beautiful. And what bubbled up for Ginny was actually part of her purpose-driven life, that your purpose of making a difference for others and having a partner in doing so, like in the gratitude around that, that was a really beautiful awareness. So like I said, it's not always going to be challenging things that come up from the snow globe or whatever that come up from the unconscious. Sometimes it's beautiful things. Yeah, sure. Mandy had some sadness. She's dealing with some stuff. Ginny saw her purpose, right? And how presence can help her with her purpose. And Andy was like, oh my gosh, I'm safe and home in my body, and I'm here and I'm supported. And here's my heart. Like, all of that is an experiential knowledge of what it's like to live in the parasympathetic. We have 2 more. So let's go. Okay, the next one. I'm gonna tell you it and then we'll walk through it. So I will have you breathe in through your nose until, like, all the way until you can't breathe in anymore. I'll have you hold your breath for 5 seconds. Then I'll have you breathe out through your mouth until you literally cannot breathe out anymore. Then you will swallow. I will walk you through the first round. You'll do 2 rounds by yourself, so a total of 3. And then at the end, I want you to listen with your ears to sounds that you can hear far away. So not in your room, not in your house. It's like, can I hear sounds miles away out my window or something, right? I'm like listening for sounds from really far away. And then we'll check in. So breathe in through your nose, slowly, until you can't anymore. Hold it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and breathe out slowly through your mouth until you can't anymore, and then swallow. Do 2 more at your own pace. And listen to sounds very far away. Keep listening. Now we're going to check in. Andy, Ginny, Mandy.
It felt nice to listen to stuff outside of myself, not be in my body.
Beautiful. Yes, I know what you mean. All of a sudden it's like, now I'm aware of all these sounds around me that I totally
Yeah.
wasn't, because I was just all up in here. It's beautiful.
Exactly.
Good. Ginny?
I don't know if I heard physical sounds. I guess they'd be called empathetic sounds. I don't know, like sounds in the atmosphere.
Wow. Like what? Like a buzzing? A low buzz? Or
No, I guess the way I would describe it is as if I could physically hear just like all the chatter going on Earth. Just like it just felt like going into the cities and just hearing people's
bustling and movement and
yes, and pain and issues. I don't know.
That's so beautiful. And what's so amazing about that is a lot of people on this path, I think it's inevitable that we start activating our spiritual intuitive gifts. And so when we are present, that stuff happens. That's beautiful. Excellent. Okay, Mandy.
It was mostly just relaxing, trying, and I could imagine I could hear things in whatever direction I was thinking about.
Interesting. That's so interesting between you two. So the other thing, and what's that's pointing to in the listening, is becoming the observer of our experience. And so often in this and in fight or flight and in our mind, we are just, it's like we're lost in the mind, or we're lost in our experience, or we think our experience is us, when we are the observer of the experience. So we have no self-awareness when we're just in those patterns and habits. When we come to have self-awareness, we are observing everything that's going on from all our senses, our sight, smell, taste, sound, and also our thoughts, feelings, and emotions. You are not your thoughts. You are not your feelings. You are not your emotions. Those also bubble up and are just other senses. And that's really where, Andy, like to your question earlier, do you switch from a negative perspective to a positive? And it's like, well, no, not quite, right? But when you are the observer of everything that's happening, you have this perception of, you can see things from a wider vantage point, from a more expanded view about what other people are doing and their patterns and habits, and about your own thoughts and emotions and feelings. And when you're observing and aware, you can make conscious choices that are healthy and come from a more loving and accepting place naturally. So it's not like trying to be like, oh, I feel so frustrated, I need to feel positive. That spiritual bypassing, that saying what I'm feeling and what's arising right now is bad, right? And then we get stuck in it. No. It's about learning to embrace it all and not resist it all. And then it all can be healed, transformed, shift, and change, and all of that. Okay, excellent. We've got one more for today. And this is just simple. So I want you to sit with yourself, and you can say out loud or in your head this question or statement. I wonder what thought is going to happen next. And then just observe that. Okay, and I'm going to give us 2 minutes for this. So if a thought pops up, just notice it and then say it again. Okay. I wonder what thought is going to happen next. Okay, and you can come back to being present with the class. So let's hear shares first, and then there's some things I want to say about that. And you changed orders on my screen, so we'll go Ginny, Mandy, Andy.
Um, the first one that came was the curiosity of looking at life as fun. Like, why don't I spend more time doing that? And adventure. And then my perfectionist came out and said, "Am I doing this right?" And then I was like, "Well, that isn't really a thing with this." So then I could relax again and be like, go back to the curiosity.
Very good, Mandy. Oh, actually, hold on, Ginny. What did you notice in the space after you asked the question, like before the thought? Did you notice there was a space there?
Yes.
Can you talk about that?
Trying to think how to describe it. It was a good space, like full of life and opportunity. Like there's another word, but it's not coming to my mind at the moment. But kind of like that, like space was just holding for a moment, and it was looking at the good in life.
Wow. Thank you. I'll tell you why. Well, I'll speak to it now. So that space after that question is presence. That is what it is to be present. And it is in the space of no thought. And fascinating that you described that as a life full of opportunities. So this is what you can live in moment by moment, is that space. And Eckhart Tolle, love his work. It's over a lot of people's heads, but I love The Power of Now. Read it, listen to it. It's awesome. That actually came from him. So I call it the Power of Now is what it is on your handout. He has this whole book describing what it is to be in the now, in the present, right? And everybody's like, but how do you know you're in it? And blah, blah, blah. It's like everybody's in their mind. And this is one of the questions he said to do so that people could discover what it is to be in the now, in the present. So heart is present. Mind and ego are always in the past or always in the future, or always in the thoughts about the past and the future. So that's really, really interesting. So for you ladies who have already done this work, that could be the next kind of level of growth, is can I be in no thought? Can I observe my thoughts just as much as I was doing so just now? And really be aware of them, because that's the mind, that's the thinking mind. And sometimes it's intuitive insights from the heart too. So you get discernment of which is which. And then can I arrest those thoughts and just be fully present, no thought? That's a whole new level. And I have some exercises I'll talk about at the end of just ways you can take that deeper. Andy.
It was interesting for me, like each of the thoughts that came up didn't seem related. They just felt really random and abstract. Then the space in between felt more like rhythmic to me.
Interesting. How did the no thought space, what was that like for you?
Well, that's what I meant by the rhythmic spot.
Can you say more?
Like when things are like that, it's just like goes like that.
Is it like the flow of life?
Yeah, kind of, I guess. Or just like the flow of the pause, or, you know.
Very interesting. Cool. Keep exploring that. And I love how you pointed out that the thoughts are like random. The more present you get, you realize your mind just does that. Thoughts just happen. They flow in, they flow out. That's what the mind does. We pick up on stuff from other people, like antennas in like radio waves, right? Like we all have waves. So we pick up on that stuff. Jenny picked up on it. The last one, like, you know, I felt that too. It floats in, it floats out. Can we observe it? Can we be that present that we are not just in the machinery of the mind and the reaction and patterns and survival habits that have been conditioned? And by the way, as you are present, you will be able to see naturally on your own these patterns and habits, these shadow aspects, these all of these things will bubble up and you'll actually catch them because you'll be present. They're happening, you're just not aware. So once you become aware, that is the key. That's the power. Andy, what did you notice in this one?
Mine was a little silly. It wasn't as profound or awesome as the ladies. I really just as soon as I asked myself the question, there was no break or anything like that. I literally started thinking about my favorite TV show and what I and how I wanted to watch it, and I was like, oh man, this sucks. I didn't want to think about this. I wanted to see like if something else would pop up, but then I just observed it and let it go. Like I know since you said just observe it, don't try to interact with it. I just tried to do that and just didn't try to tamper with it.
Beautiful. Did you ask another time and have something else come up?
I did. I asked another time and then I got this weird little, it was like a cartoon character that was just running around and doing random acts. And I was like, wait, this has nothing to do with anything. I don't know why that happened. I guess I'm not present in the moment or whatever.
No. So perfect. I love all of your shares from it. It's all what I've experienced. So none of you are off. So a couple things on that. This is really good. So one, wow, look at how quick the thoughts are. Yes. And Andy, you got to get that Ginny and Mandy have been working on grounding in presence, like in other ways for some time. So there's a difference there. Okay. But like, wow, the thoughts of the mind and how random it is and how it just, I mean, I see shapes, I see colors, I see cartoons, I mean, it's amazing what's going on in the mind once you just get present. So first, which I've experienced the same thing, so you're not alone. It's like, okay, the thought pops up and it's whatever it is. And then this other judgment and thought, oh, I didn't want it to be that. Can it be something else? Which is also the mind then judging itself. That is it working, right? So then you ask again, and then it's like, boom, this cartoon character running around, you know? And then it's like this, oh my gosh, that's so random, which is another judgment and analyzing of it, you know? And so you did, and it doesn't mean you're not present either, Andy. That was another judgment of the mind. Oh, I must not be present. Do you see how much freaking dialogue is just going on all the time? Mind has something to say about everything. Yeah. So it's getting out of that, like that has been just what life is and who you are. Now, like I said, the paradigm, you have to see it to be able to get out of it. Now you can start seeing, oh, that's just the mind. And now you're becoming aware of it. And that is awareness and presence. So this might be a really good one for you, Andy, specifically because this might be a good one for the 5 times a day, because 5 to 10 times a day, because then you can just see if you get that little space and pause in between thoughts. And what most clients have told me is that just even sitting there for 20 minutes and doing that, it's like there's more and more space between the thoughts each time, and they really get to practice that. And that might interrupt some of that constant mind chatter, or at least help you become aware, what the heck is the mind thinking? Because that's very insightful, because that's access to those unconscious parts.
Okay, yeah, I'll try it. I was just gonna do them all 5 to 10 times a day.
Do it, play with it, have fun.
I
Love
have the
asking
time.
you questions. That's
Yeah.
great. Mandy, did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna say that it was kind of strange that when I'm like, because I said mine were pretty random too. My first one was a TV show I watched the other day too, and the second one was like just the image of a barrel. It's so like, very, very random.
Yes. Yeah. So y'all are not alone with them randomnesses. And it's interesting too how much of what we're allowing in is affecting us and circulating, percolating in our mind without our awareness. Like it really does have an impact what we put in. And I have sat in meditation, not focused on something, not focused on emptying my mind, just presence. That's what I think of meditation as. I know there's different forms, but just presence for an hour or two, walking, moving meditations, sitting meditations, and really just seeing what the mind does, what emotions arise, what feelings, what senses, what images. Very insightful. So and working to be this type of presence, like everything is a moving meditation, to be that present moment by moment by moment is what I work on. That is life in the parasympathetic, is life in the present moment. And no coach or mentor had to tell me a lot of the stuff that I then was able to see and realize and learn and shift and heal, because it was just coming up and I was aware of it. So presence is really key. And I have a lot of issues personally with mentors that don't teach the how. It's like, oh, do what I say, but they're not teaching you to like walk yourself through this stuff, you know? That to me is like not true teaching in my experience. It is you becoming dependent upon them versus them really empowering you, because it is about you walking yourself through this journey and being equipped with those tools. So I love to teach everything that I know. I teach as if I'm teaching another practitioner, or as if I'm teaching, I'm like giving my job away to you so you can be me for you. It doesn't mean we don't need accountability, and yes, mentors are important, but it's not, the purpose is not to become dependent upon something outside of you. Every mentor, everything that you do should be pointing you back to you, and that is the most important thing. Andy, what's your question?
I have a question based on what we did right now. Would these like random kind of nonsensical thoughts that we kind of both had, would it be linked to how I guess living in being in the present moment, you're kind of observing your subconscious, kind of as if you were in a dream state. So, dreams can be nonsensical, random. Maybe that's why we thought the way we did.
I like what you're pointing to, yes. And dreams may seem nonsensical, but in my experience, they always make sense of how
Right, yeah.
it's like processing, right? Like how I'm feeling or what's going on, or it's dumping all the brain chatter. So it might seem nonsensical, but really it's all coming from somewhere. And I really, yes, you have access to these deeper unconscious things when you are present. And you don't have to be in a dream state. You can be very alert, but in similar fashion, when you are just present, yeah, then you can see those things.
Right. Thanks.
Yes, you're welcome. Which is another part of my job, is basically just helping people be present and getting everything out of the way that's in their way. It's like, oh, that's your mind. Oh, that's a story. Oh, that's your ego. It's like, oh, wait. Oh, wait, you're in resistance and you didn't hear me. So that's most of my job, is just being a mirror pointing you back to you. Okay. Does anybody need a break? Okay. All right. We are going to go into a brief education on the paradigm shift, because we kind of already touched base on some of these things. So 1 second. By the way, this is just another cool image that I like, because a cellular biologist, Bruce Lipton, has, not just him, but he really is passionate about sharing the research that has proven that even our cell and our genetic activity is all driven by perception. So it's not the external environmental things and signals that's going on. That's interpreted by the mind, which gives me my perception that communicates with my nervous system and alters my cellular activity. So I really love that. And then this is what we're going to review today. So we talked about the German doctor. So this is one of the charts that comes from that body of teaching. And this is for normal people that don't know what we teach. They don't know how to live in the parasympathetic. This is just normal people, normal bodies as our bodies function. Okay, this is a major paradigm shift. So normal people fluctuate between fight or flight, sympathetic, mostly during the day, and parasympathetic, resting and digesting. Okay, so this is our normal rhythm is in the parasympathetic, where there's no conflict. Okay, so we kind of fluctuate between the two, but it's nothing major. We don't have any chronic symptoms. Then there is a conflict that we experience, or I should say perceive. There's a perceived conflict. We go very hard into the sympathetic, where we make real cellular changes. So our body, as I said, is a perfect reflection and biologically mirrors how you're perceiving life. You are controlling your nervous system, mostly unconsciously, but you can learn to do so consciously, which is what I teach. So we go hard into conflict active, the sympathetic nervous system, and immediately there is a biological survival program that begins. So whatever part of the body that's affected by how I'm perceiving life, for example, the skin condition being about a separation conflict. It affected the skin because that's the part of the brain that it affected, because that's the part of the brain that's affected from separation conflicts. So this biological change is implemented, and usually there aren't very many symptoms in this phase. Maybe we feel the adrenaline or the heart racing, right? Or some of those things, but there's no other symptoms. Most people don't even notice necessarily where they're in conflict active phase. So at some point, there's some kind of resolution. Now, this is where I really differ from this whole process that kind of he came up with, is most often the resolutions are not on that deep unconscious me level. There's not deeper healing. It's just that circumstantially, I no longer have to deal with that right now. Or circumstantially, I realize it's okay, I'll figure it out, whatever, I've learned to cope with it. So this is not a deeper healing. It can be, but it's usually not for normal people. All of a sudden, they just don't have to deal with it anymore, or all of a sudden, whatever their body decides, it's fine. So when there's a perceived resolution, is what I should say, our body is able to go into a healing phase. There's a few healing phases, okay? This is going hard, deep into the parasympathetic so that it can reverse the cellular changes that took place during the conflict phase. Okay, so we make the cellular changes because our body is adapting and surviving. And then at some point, our body needs to reverse those because our body can't function like that forever. This is usually, most of the time, the first time symptoms are experienced. After a major life change, it takes 3 to 6 months for these to show up. Okay, so if I've increased cells, I have to decrease cells, like creating lesions. If I have decreased cells, I have to increase cells. So we were talking about infectious agents. Well, one of the ways that our body uses to heal in the healing phase, if we have increased a bunch of cellular tissue, is to have something break that down, like candida, bacteria, fungus, mold, yeast, parasites. And there is a part of our brain that actually controls those pathogens, those microbes in our body, in our entire body. There is a center in our brain that controls even those. There are more microbe cells in your body than there are human cells. Your brain and nervous system are controlling those as well. So it is not an accident when we get candida or parasites or fungus or yeast. Again, it's our perception of those being a problem, and that becomes a problem. And that's what we're going to talk, and I'm going to show that clearly today or in this chart. So then we get an infection, right? Or we get swelling, or we get inflammation, or we get whatever we get is a healing reaction that's trying to reverse the cellular changes from conflict phase. If this process is not interrupted, okay, we won't develop a chronic illness. What happens is whatever we do in healing phase A, or the first phase of the healing, we then don't want that stuff to stick around. So we go hard into the sympathetic again. That's kind of known as a healing crisis or a catharsis or an epiloid crisis. This is like, let's say it was a stomach bug. And when you're so nauseous, you're so nauseous, but then you finally throw up. And then very shortly after you start feeling better, well, the throw up point would be the healing crisis. Bigger diseases like a seizure, heart attack, stroke, that's at the healing crisis. There are lots of things. So it's kind of like the worst phase of the symptoms. They get like really intense, but then very shortly after you start feeling better. So that's just allowing your body to flush out everything that it started doing to try to correct the problem. If we've decreased cells and we need to increase cells, our body will pump a bunch of moisture and heat and fluid, because that's the environment needed for a bunch of cellular growth to happen. Well, that's like swelling, right? And inflammation and phlegm. And so we don't want to have swelling, inflammation, and phlegm in the body. That's why we have a healing crisis to flush all that out. Okay, so just some examples. We then go into the second healing phase. And this is geared towards just getting our body back into the regular rhythms, right? So we spend a little bit of energy getting back into the regular rhythms. We feel very better. We feel better very quickly after that healing crisis. So, and then we're back to normal. So normal, healthy people do get little things. Maybe they got hives one time. Maybe they got a cold. Maybe they got COVID. Maybe they hurt their back, or they developed some growth on their elbow, or they, like little things. Maybe their gallbladder freaked out for a little while. Whatever, things of this nature. Maybe they get a little bit acid reflux now and then. Maybe they had gout one time. Normal people can have stuff pop up, but then it resolves and it doesn't become a chronic illness or a chronic symptom or a recurring symptom. When that's the case, they went through this process. The process was uninterrupted, and the body completed its natural healing process. It's complete. Now, when issues become chronic or reoccurring, it is because this process has been interrupted. So let's look at how it can become interrupted. One of the ways is we all freak out the moment we get symptoms because of how we're perceiving symptoms. Oh no, something's wrong. And we use a tool to suppress or manage a symptom. While that may take away the symptom in the short term, The body knows that it was not able to complete its healing process, and it shoves us back into the conflict active state until at another time the body can attempt to heal that survival biological change or process or program or whatever. So there's usually not symptoms in the conflict active phase. So while most people think they're getting better on their supplements, on their diet, on their medication, on their whatever they're doing, if it's a tool that manages and suppresses the symptom, which we talked about in the beginning, we are now back in a conflict active state. And it's probably going to be a couple months until the body's going to try again. Maybe now is a good time to do the healing process. And so I hear from a lot of people, well, my medication worked at first, or my supplement worked at first, or this diet worked at first, but now my symptoms are back and I don't understand why. Well, when you understand the nervous system, it makes complete sense 100% of the time. There is no mystery, 100% clarity every single time. And I love having the body of knowledge regarding this, because it just helps me cut to the chase more quickly. Because I can tell, are the symptoms in conflict active phase? Are they in the first healing phase? Are they in the second healing phase? Where was the healing crisis? What might the healing crisis look like? So I can like warn people. It's very, very helpful. So even if we use a tool, I educate people on what tools will support and enhance the body's natural healing process instead of interrupt it. And that's a big difference. So just because, you know, somebody's functional medicine or holistic or an herbalist or nutritionist, like they don't have the training to know whether they're interrupting the healing or whether they're supporting the healing. And that to me is an invaluable piece of information I'm so grateful to have been taught and discovered. So that's one way, is we interrupt the healing phase because we're freaked out about the symptoms. Another way that this is interrupted is, like I said, this resolve isn't a deep unconscious healing and resolution of the turmoil. It's just circumstantial. So what happens is when that turmoil is left unresolved, it's going to become a trigger. So basically now in life, I have all of these triggers that are going to throw me right back into conflict active if I'm exposed to those things, if I get triggered, if that turmoil gets shaken up again, man, I'm back into the conflict active state. So because there's so many triggers and like our illness identity, right? The I am statement, I am stuck and not free. I'm unsupported. I'm alone. I don't belong. I'm not man enough, whatever it is. When those are allowed to continue running in the background, it's just a matter of time before they're triggered. And likely they're triggered most of the time. This is where chronic illness persists. The thing we don't cope with keeps us in this cycle where the body can never heal. It's trying to, but we just keep getting triggered. It's like a wound that you keep scratching off the scab and it never heals. You have to allow it to heal, right? You can't keep irritating it or it will never heal. So this is just like reopening the wound, reopening the wound, reopening the wound. This right here is chronic illness and reoccurring symptoms and flare-ups. So when you actually, what we teach is to resolve, not just let the body play this out, or not just resolve that one conflict in life, but look much deeper at the unconscious programs, patterns, habits, beliefs, perceptions, shadow aspects, false identities that are creating the perception. When we resolve those, then we're not triggered back into this conflict active state. We don't experience those conflicts because our perception has changed. So these are the two main ways that this process is interrupted. And that's what those are the two areas that we really work on, right? Is a deep resolution. So it's done. We can't get re-triggered. And we also stop interrupting the body's natural healing process. And we teach you guys about what's going on in every phase of your particular illnesses and symptoms, so that for Pete's sake, you cannot be in fear, which is another conflict, but you can actually stay in the parasympathetic and approach it from a whole different paradigm. Oh, that was a conflict. Oh, and this was when my body started trying to heal. Oh, and I'm in the healing crisis right now. Okay, how can I support my body? All right, let's like let the body do its thing. You trust your body. You begin to reestablish trust with your body, knowing that it is brilliant and it does everything on purpose. And it's completely honest about how you're perceiving life, and it's there helping you do it. So I love that it came up to watch the stress video. This is the same. We have a perception about stress like it's bad. Well, we also have a perception about symptoms like they're bad, and infections like they're bad, and all the things that happen like it's bad, when really it's just part of the body's natural rhythmic process of helping us cope and then healing and restoring to its natural rhythm. So, like I said, this is for people that don't know what I teach. People that do know what I teach, this is something really cool that happens called, I'm going to draw it out, living in the parasympathetic. And if you live in the parasympathetic, then you avoid this entire roller coaster. If the moment you experience conflict or a stressor comes up and you're approaching it from the parasympathetic, or let's say you go up, you catch it, right? You go right back down into the parasympathetic and resolve the deeper turmoil. You don't make the cellular changes, so then your body doesn't have to go through a healing phase. It cuts out the entire thing. And that really is the beautiful goal. And it's why, even though I've known about the German doctor and the research, and it's now called a lot of different things, biological decoding, Germanic new medicine, blah, blah, blah. All these different systems have come out of that body of research. But where they keep people stuck is that people are just victims to life events. You know, so you'll hear a lot of times in that community, it's just a healing phase. And I'm like, time out. But why do you have to be in a healing phase? What didn't you cope with when the conflict hit? Because if you actually resolve that, you'll avoid having to ever go through this healing phase again. And that to me makes so much more sense. We are not victims of our environment. We do actually, if we're conscious of it, we do actually have complete control over our bodies, over our nervous systems, and over our perceptions of life. And we can do something about it. And so a lot of people in that system spend years chasing down conflicts. Well, what was this conflict? Well, how can I resolve it? And it just doesn't have to take that long. If we drop into the parasympathetic and we're living life that way, in my personal experience and what I have witnessed, these conflicts just start resolving, like tons of them all at once. When you address the deeper root, the roots of the weed, which is the unconscious patterns, habits, stuff, I'll say unconscious shadow aspects. How about that? When we address the unconscious shadow aspects, it's like pulling the weed from the roots. And so that weed might produce tons of different conflicts. That shadow aspect might produce tons of different perceived conflicts in life. When you get to the root, it just takes the whole thing out. So this is a huge paradigm shift. There is a distinction between suppressing symptoms and supporting the body's natural rhythms, functions, and healing processes. This is the paradigm shift. Being afraid of my body because it doesn't know what it's doing versus trusting my body and knowing it's doing everything perfectly by design and seeking to understand that. And I love that there's so much clarity in this system that allows us to not live in fear and not be afraid. And it also provides us the exact instructions, like, what is my body telling me? It's the exact code to complete healing. So I want to open this up to questions and comments because I want to make sure that this is really, really, really clear. And that if there's any buts, ifs, what abouts, or something that doesn't make sense to your mind, because this is such a different paradigm, I want to bring that out at this time. Does anybody have anything? Yeah, Andy.
So basically what we're doing is identifying our own, like we did with me, where we identified a core belief, I guess you could call it, an I am statement, like you said, and then we're applying this to the I am statement to kind of resolve everything all at once. Is that how kind of how it works?
Yeah, because the I am, you probably experienced dozens of conflicts in your move. We know
Right.
one, I mean, definitely with the skin, it's a separation conflict. But had that, I'm going to call it a false identity or an illness identity, a little bit different than a belief, very similar. But had that false identity not been there, you wouldn't have perceived it as a separation conflict.
So, what I'm not understanding is like, when does the false identity, the false identity, or the illness identity become create? Like, when does it get created? Like, where does the perception come from?
Yes, it is an unconscious choice we make,
Okay,
likely
okay.
before the age of 6, similar to beliefs, right? But it's in it, how we're raised. I mean, it's everywhere. There's these things in life that we adopt consciously or unconsciously that we don't even know we have. And amongst all humans that I've met, we all tend to have the similar ones. And I know you've taken our belief course, so it's like, yeah, I'm not good enough, and and
Yeah.
I'm whatever, untrustworthy, and I'm not safe, and I'm broken. And I mean, we develop these things, and then we live in that like it's true. Now, some are very loud or more expressed for other people. So Andy, for you, it's really this like alone, unsupported, not free, right? Like there will be a roadblock with anything, and you will feel
Mm-hmm.
alone or worried about being alone everywhere. And it's like that's your
Right.
primary
Yeah.
theme to this illness. So
Mm-hmm.
that's your primary. But we all have different primaries. But yes, that's the point, is it's not necessarily, how do I say this? It really is a perceived conflict. Where does perception come from? Our core beliefs, our core identities, our core unconscious patterns and habits, the shadow aspects of ourselves. Until the unconscious is brought conscious, it will rule our lives, and we will call it fate.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, very good. So yes, that's where it's like, this is all great, but it's like, can we do a deeper resolution? Can we heal at that unconscious level, so we're not having those conflicts? And that is really important to me. Cool. Ladies, questions, comments on this?
I have a question.
Mhm.
So how do you let that natural healing process go? Say we're in the parasympathetic and we're realizing it's happening. What would look like a normal healing pattern that when we saw that we would know, like, okay, this is the natural thing that should be happening, so we don't get in the way.
Good question. I'm thinking of how I want to answer that. 1 second. I'll say this first. Almost all symptoms are in a healing phase. There are very few symptoms that show up in conflict active. Stomach and digestive is one. Like ringing in the ears, tinnitus is one. But like most symptoms are a healing thing. And I mean, I've spent 14 years studying this, so you can always ask. Like, I have people ask me, here's what's going on. I'm like, oh, that's a healing phase. Or, oh, you're in conflict active. Oh, this is the type of conflict. So it is a learning journey. Like, the body of knowledge is vast. I'm still learning. I don't have it all in my head. Sometimes I'll look it up. And I will say this. So regarding flare-ups, which is where this would mostly take place with you as a graduate, if you have flared up after you're fully healthy, if you have flared up, it is because you have suppressed a stressor. You have suppressed something you're in conflict active about. Because if you were present and not suppressing it, you wouldn't be in here doing all this. You would be like, oh, this is a stressor. That's why I teach you guys to identify stressors, life changes, unexpected things, chronic stressors. You would just come right back down here. You wouldn't make the changes, so you wouldn't have the symptoms. So if there is a flare-up after you're fully healthy, it's absolutely this process taking place. So the best thing to do that I teach is just to slow down the flare-up worksheet, because it takes you right down to that core, including what is a supportive choice of how I can handle this, whatever I'm conflicted about. And I help you do that deeper work through the flare-up worksheet. But all symptoms are in here somewhere, and it is your body's natural process and rhythm. There really is not much to be afraid of. You'll know if it's very serious, more serious and needs intervention. And then I don't know how to tell you, how do you not interrupt it? I could give you examples that might help. So a gentleman recently got the cyst thing on his elbow, and he was thinking it was a medical issue. He didn't tell me right away, and I was like, I wish you would have told me. He's like, I went to the chiropractor, I went to the massage therapist, I went to my doctor. I'm like, oh, because I was like, okay, when did this start? I'm like, okay, that was also a separation conflict, like not being able to hold something close to you, similar part of the brain. I was like, what did you feel you wanted to hold close that you couldn't, like in your family? And he was like, oh my gosh, my son. And I was like, when did you have that conversation with your son? Or he was supposed to call you and he didn't, and you felt the separation and it was hard for you and blah, blah, blah. And it was like the day before this elbow thing happened. It's like it always lines up right to the day, to the very close to the time period. And so what the doctor's approaches were to remove the fluid in the cyst. And I was like, oh, I would have told you totally the different thing. I would have told you to add heat to increase blood flow and fluid so that sucker could figure itself out. You know what I mean? And then flush out more quickly. So instead, he removed the fluid. Then it became very painful. Then his body was going to have to start trying to add more fluid and start the process over. So for me, I might support and enhance the body in what it's trying to do, which will allow it to go much quicker than if we're interrupting it. For example, if somebody has a bacterial infection, I might add probiotics. I might not. But there's certain herbs and things that would be antibacterial. I might not give those if isn't that funny? It's like the opposite of what you would think. I probably wouldn't interrupt your body and what it's trying to do. I'd probably support it and enhance it. Hydration, good bacteria. What else might I do? Lots of water, alkalizing things like lemon water, just to help it flush through your lymph system. So it's like I'm supporting the body in what it's trying to do. I'm not trying to think what it's trying to do as a problem, and I'm trying and stopping it. Does that make sense?
It does. And the explanation of pointing, what you would recommend or have me do, and pointing out where that would work on the chart really helped. So it helped me put it all together.
Yay, good. Oh, and
Thanks.
You're welcome. One thing about the story, because it was unclear, the gentleman with the elbow, it was the day after his son got back in touch with him that he got the elbow cyst. So remember, it's in the resolution of the conflict. And that's another paradigm shift that we all don't get. We think, oh, conflict happens, symptom. No, it's usually in the resolution of it. And that's why a lot of people have a hard time finding what it is, because we just look at it differently. So he went through this period, 6 to 8 weeks of it's not really at odds with his son, but it was there was this distance, and he was kind of worried, and how is his son doing? And he's not really talking to me, and I don't know if he's safe. And it was this whole thing. And I said, how worried have you been about that? He's like, he's an adult. It's no problem. Like, your elbow's telling me it's a problem. You know, I said, how are you really feeling? And when he finally opened up, right, the tears came. And he's like, yeah, my kids are the most important thing in my life. And I was like, I was worried about him the entire time, every day. And I was just trying to tell myself, don't be that kind of involved parent, you know, like, so that's the suppression of how he was feeling. Had he slowed down and felt that, likely he wouldn't have gone into conflict. But he was in conflict for 6 to 8 weeks. His son finally gets in touch. He knows his son's fine. They have a great relationship. You know, he had no worries. That relationship was restored. Next day, elbow cyst. So it's like most of what the body's doing is on purpose, and we need to butt out. But also this means that our bodies can teach us so much about how are we perceiving life. What is going on in the unconscious? How am I really feeling? I remember flaring up over my Zumba class being canceled. And I was like, that's ridiculous. That's not a big deal. Let's get my mind. There was a lot more going on in my heart. Well, I didn't even want to go. I came out. I don't like how my body is. I want to get more into working out. I want to look more fit. I want to look more different, right? Like a lot of self-worth issues. So then the Zumba's class is canceled. And then it was like, I didn't even know about it. So I kind of felt like I was on the outskirts of the group. So I had no idea any of that was going on deeper until I flared up. So there's kind of a saying in this perspective of like, you actually won't know how you perceived something until the symptom shows up. I don't really believe that. I think you can, you know, from presence, you can be honest and cut right to the chase. But in this system, they usually say that because they can't go deeper. They don't have any unconscious healing tools. So, Andy.
Yeah, I just sorry, I just want a quick recap of this diagram just so I can make sure I understand it completely. So basically in the sympathetic where we get sick and feel bad, we have a conflict, right? It's a perceived conflict, let's say. And then the perceived conflict, once it's supposedly resolved in your conscious mind, I guess, the body goes into a healing response which causes illness. Right. So what we want to avoid is the whole healing response and the perception of negative conflict, basically, to go directly to the parasympathetic. Is that what the diagram's kind of saying?
I appreciate your words. Yes, and let me clarify a few things. We don't necessarily feel bad here in conflict active. We may be totally unaware we are in it, likely.
Right, because it's unconscious perception of conflict. We have no idea what's going on.
And we're usually suppressing it. And it doesn't mean emotional. It is a biological conflict. So a lot of people, when I say this, they're like, well, I didn't feel stressed. I'm like, yeah, that's the problem. Okay.
Right, because they
No,
say
it's
like
not really.
the body internalizes emotional trauma through the out parts of the body, and like we don't notice it.
Yes, and it's a biological conflict. So very practical things could be biological conflicts, like food poisoning.
Okay, right.
But most of this is psychological in nature, but it is a biological conflict, not necessarily an emotional one that I feel. So, but yes, there is a perceived conflict active. That's where we start a survival program and make all these changes in our body and you on your skin. And then when there's some type of resolution, I like how you said conscious or circumstantial, then we are able to go in a healing phase. This is usually where symptoms and illnesses start. So this is
because
why,
the body thinks it's doing the right thing.
well, and it is. It's if we are perceiving life that we can't cope, the body is taking over to help us do so. For example, women with their breast tissue, when we experience a death fright conflict, like one of our children are going to die, it's like, or they're in danger, we immediately increase cells in our breast tissue. It's biological. Why? Breasts are nurturing. It doesn't matter if I have an infant or how old my kids are, but that's like from infancy on, it's like you would nurse a baby, right? It's like,
Right.
so it's very much just wired to our biology. So if I am experiencing a stink conflict, something in my life stinks and I'm fed up and I can't get rid of it, I will decrease cells in my nasal passages and sometimes my throat so that I can't smell as well. Because if I can't smell you biologically, then I'm not close to you. That's how I adapt. So these are adaptations that take place. They're not problems. They're adaptations based on the information our unconscious is sending, the information we're sending to our body. So the healing phase, the healing phase. Oh, sorry, 1 second. So the healing phase, let's say women in their breast cell tissue. Well, now you have to have an infection or you have to have cancer cells to decrease the breast cell tissue because you can't have increased tissue. That's not healthy. And so that would be that healing phase. Sinuses, as soon as as soon as a stink conflict is resolved, I get an infection, right? So if I've decreased cells, I need to increase cells like the common cold, moisture, heat, phlegm, all of that. That's what like takes place. Bronchial issues, right? Like pneumonia or bronchitis. This is a conflict of, I just had a client, so hold on, should be in there. It is a conflict of like feeling unsafe or upset about my territory, like territorial anger or safety. And so wherever we're not feeling safe in our environment or our territory, what that does is it increases cells in the bronchial tubes so that we can utilize and take in more oxygen so that we can cope with and survive whatever is not safe in our environment. And the more oxygen, right, gives me more energy and more awareness to my brain. So I can be like on high alert, right, if I'm not safe. And so what would the healing phase be? It would be a bacterial infection. It would be bronchitis, so that that cellular tissue, we can break down the excess cells and then flush them all out of the lungs. It's interesting because there are people that get bronchitis that don't have a cough. There are people that get bronchitis that do have a cough. And the coughing mechanism is when I feel stuck. So if I feel super stuck, like I can't move and I have no choices, it will come with a cough. So it's very fascinating, but it all makes sense. And as soon as you know what's happening in your body and how you're perceiving it, then you realize, oh my gosh, thank you, body. Just like the lady on the stress video, she said, it's my body helping me adapt. Well, at some point, we got to reverse those changes. We can't live with those changes 24/7. And that's where our body goes into those healing phases so that it can correct those things. So does that clarify?
Yeah, no, I sorry for interrupting you. I was gonna ask you about breast cancer and sinuses because that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, exactly. So any symptom in the body, any condition, any disease fits this system. And even psychological disorders are also it's just it works the same way. They're just changing in the psychological functions of the brain instead of the physical parts of the body. And so I love this. So in the Complete Health program, we're working on, and what you're learning to do today, which is that program boiled into a day, I'm trying my best, is we are working to get into the parasympathetic and stay there all the time. Because then we are in a self-repair mechanism 24/7. And if we learn to live there and resolve those deeper unconscious shadow aspects, then we are not going to be on this roller coaster at all. So one of the things you said, Andy, is the point to avoid conflict or avoid healing? No, because avoidance is actually the thing that got us here. But potentially another more expanded point of view would be to be so present and committed in the parasympathetic to living in the parasympathetic that I catch when a conflict occurs, and I work through it immediately so that I'm not allowing my body, I'm not telling my body there's anything I need to survive. It's like I'm coping with it consciously. I'm bringing the shake up, the snow. I'm addressing that consciously so that I don't need a survival program. And then that's where I cut out the roller coaster because it's not needed. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So the healing phase would be avoided because it's not needed. That's what you mean, right? Basically.
Yeah, you don't even need to have a healing phase because you didn't make a bunch of changes to your.
Right. You're not in danger. Your body doesn't see that you're dying or anything like that.
Yeah. So if we don't suppress our stress and turmoil and all of that, we don't go into conflict active, and therefore we don't have to spend time in a healing phase because we're already self-repairing 24/7 and everything's just working naturally. So you could also say it's when I'm not working through my stuff, the body takes the brunt. Or you could say the body matches that. It's like, all right, if you're not going to resolve this and you're going to avoid it and like be in survival mode, I'm right there with you, boss. Okay, so the body is a completely accurate mirror to our inner relationship with ourself and life. That way it can be our greatest teacher. And certainly
Right.
you don't have to be afraid of any of this. In my opinion, it's just nice to not have chronic illness and flare-ups all the time. You know, it's just nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Anything else about this?
So just like an analogy, so basically, if we don't, if we don't like deal with our issues, basically what the body does is parent us in a way.
Yes.
But the parenting is what hurts.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Excellent way to say that.
Yeah, it's kind of like when someone is growing up in an abusive home and someone tries to help them, but they just do it the wrong way.
Yes. Totally.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this
And
summarized.
part of living in the parasympathetic is learning to parent yourself. If you remember me saying that phrase, if you're parenting yourself, your body doesn't have to.
Right, yeah, that's what I thought when you said that. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Your body's basically babysitting you.
Yes, it really is. And Mandy, do you mind if I share what you put in the chat? Or you can?
Yeah, that's fine. Either way.
She said she had a whole lot of bronchitis episodes after her sister was born. It's in her territory. It's a nest. Thank you. It's a nest worry conflict. So your nest, a nest worry conflict. So, okie dokie. Everybody need a short break? I think we should. Let's take 10 minutes and then we're going to be in our final segment here, which is what we've been waiting for. And we're going to go into the 7 declarations and the 5 discoveries. And just so you know, in your workbook, you have this chart. So you also have that in your workbook. Okay, let's do 5 minutes. So that's going to be at 3:50. We'll come back. Okay, great job, guys. All right. Let's make sure I'm recording. Okay. So now we're going to go through what are the 5 breakthrough discoveries and what are the 7 declarations of living in the parasympathetic. And then we'll recap with the core 5 and what those are, along with some exercises that will allow you to begin to do the work on your own. So the 5 breakthrough discoveries. Sympathetic dominance is the one and only root cause of every chronic illness, mental, emotional, and physical. Parasympathetic dominance, if you will, allows the body to self-repair 24/7 and maintain homeostasis where there are no chronic symptoms. Suppressing symptoms in any way disrupts the body's natural healing process, triggering a fight or flight response that leads to issues becoming chronic. That which you suppress and deny, you cannot heal. 4, the root cause of sympathetic dominance is unresolved, internal, suppressed, repressed, oppressed, unconscious conflicts that over time create maladaptations. Remember resetting that baseline, maladapting within the nervous system's baseline until a tipping point is reached. Allostatic overload creates a new illness. Can you believe you understand what I'm saying? You wouldn't have understood what I was saying at the beginning of the class. You understand this now. I often say what I teach is a new understanding of physiology. People are like, but what do you do? I'm like, I teach a new understanding, because from a new understanding, you have an entirely new way of interacting and making choices. So the 5th one, resolving the internal beliefs responsible for the perception of being unable to cope with conflicts and stressors allows one to increase capacity for optimal function within the nervous system and body and turn off the biological survival program. So I'm going to say that one again. Resolving the internal beliefs that are responsible for the perception that I cannot cope with whatever conflict or stressor is happening allows me to have the capacity to function optimally and to turn off any biological need to survive. So again, I'm addressing the root cause of the perception that creates the ripple effects in the biochemistry. These are the 5 breakthrough discoveries. This is the new paradigm. So 7 declarations inside of this, which a person must make if they want to become fully healthy. Number 1, I commit to being open and willing to face all shadow aspects of myself in the process of being healthy. Not in order to get healthy like it's some destination, but in the process of being healthy, which is a moment-by-moment commitment and approach to life, which you either choose or don't choose, consciously, moment by moment. 2, I commit to doing what I know is most supportive for me and those around me. Potentially being open-minded to recognize, well, maybe what I thought was most supportive is not. Number 3, I commit to trusting my body's intelligence and to allow it to teach me about how I am perceiving life and how I can learn and grow. Instead of resisting, excuse my language, instead of resisting the shit out of what your body's doing. Okay. Which is just showing you you resist the shit out of your life and yourself. And okay. Number 4, I commit to live a principled life of personal integrity, personal responsibility, and excellence of character in all my life's experiences. Our graduates know if they flare up, they have put themselves last, they are not committed to themselves, and they're out of integrity. You could say every flare up is a lack of integrity. That is a conscious choice I have made. I commit to live in the parasympathetic nervous system. I commit to be present and consciously face every symptom, every emotion, and every experience that arises. Thoughts, emotions, feelings, people, places, things, just all of it. I commit to be present with it and to consciously face it. I commit to choosing a fully healthy mentor who can help me navigate my blind spots and has the wisdom to bring the unhealthy, unconscious patterns to my conscious awareness. This is also why we have the Facebook group, by the way, which is free, Andy, and I think you're in that. It's going to be geared towards a lot more of this deeper work, deeper questions. So please utilize it if anything arises. Don't be trying to learn. Okay, well, I'll just switch. So underneath this little guy over here. Therefore, I realize it is absurd to play a guessing game with my health, with people that don't know what's going on with me or how to heal. I realize it's absurd to band-aid the problem instead of solve the root cause, which allows me to suffer with it forever. I realize it is absolutely absurd to interrupt the body's natural healing process, which is the exact opposite outcome of what I want. And I realize it is absurd to attempt to learn to be fully healthy from someone who is not fully healthy and does not know how to be. When I realized that that all of my functional medicine practitioners, Chinese medicine, oh my gosh, nutritionists, naturopaths, neurologists. I mean, when I realized that none of them were fully healthy and they were popping tons of pills and supplements, and they were like, they could only eat a few foods. And oh my gosh, one of them would like come home and she was always flared up on Monday because she accidentally ate something or on purpose ate something she wanted to eat. I was like, this is like under this tutelage. Like, if this is my healer, I think I'm in trouble because they can only bring me to the level that they are. So I started seeking mentors, and I have a few, but I started seeking mentors that were fully healthy, that had lived this and walked this out in their own life. And what is so powerful about that is, like, I have outgrown a few mentors as well, as some of my clients have outgrown me. And they took me to the level that they were. And then I just kind of felt stuck and kind of felt there was something else. And so, you know, I just sought out and found a new mentor that could take me to that next level, and that resonated. So I always just find it so funny. It's like, well, have you asked your doctor if they're fully healthy or if they're on meds or if they take supplements? Have you asked your functional medicine person, you know, like, are they fully healthy? And do they have no more symptoms that they have to manage, or are they still managing symptoms? Because they can only take you as far as they are. So that's super important. So these are new actually for Mandy and Ginny. I'm curious how you guys feel about the declarations. These were given to me as I sat down and just articulated, what does this mean to be a fully healthy person? What are the principles that guide my life? And how can I measurably actually say, yes, I'm doing this, or no, I'm not? So let's talk about this, and then we will wrap up with the core 5 and some practical exercises. And I just want to make sure all of that is clear. So, but let's spend a couple minutes. So we'll do Mandy, Ginny, and then Andy. What jumps out to you about the 5 discoveries and the fact that it's black and white? And by the way, I was going to say this. It took me some time before I actually really got and accepted on a very deep level that this is true, black and white, 100% of the time. Because I wanted to make gray areas. I'm like, yeah, this is cool and it worked for me and whatever, but this flare up, nah, that has to be from something outside of me. These allergies must be from the pollen in the air. And it really took me some time and reviewing over and over and over and working through flare up after flare up after flare up, and the commitment to look at the shadow aspects before I was like, oh man, it's all me. It is 100% all me all the time. It is an internal job, and I'm the only thing controlling my body. And that's it, period. It always comes back to me, black and white. So I just wanted to share. It took me some time, but I started thriving when I made it black and white and I didn't give myself wiggle room to be weird about it. So, okay, sorry, Mandy.
Well, a couple of this, like one of the things that jumped out at me is I had been seeing a massage therapist and recently decided not to continue seeing her, and just feeling like it was time to move on. And I sometimes have struggled when like I feel like I have to power through something, you know, taking some ibuprofen or whatever to make that muscle ache go away so I can do what I feel like I need to do, rather than giving myself some time to slow down and figure out, like, well, not figure out, but just like feel my feelings and see where that came from so I can support myself.
Yes.
And so those, that will be probably the hardest one for me too.
Good. Take it in steps. This is an ever learning journey. And so it's okay. You know, this is where it gets so personal, because if a person isn't ready to drop certain intervention modalities and doesn't feel safe doing so because you think you should is another conflict. So you get to meet yourself and be like, you know what, like, I'm ready for the ibuprofen today. And I can say from my own experience, even after brain and eye injury, I don't know, I caught in myself then I was reluctant to take ibuprofen when I really needed it, or when at least it was helping me go through the impact of the injury, and help me sleep better and heal better. And you know, and then it was like, oh, I just wanted to take that so I didn't have to deal with anything, you know. So I always just kind of check in with myself, like, is this in my highest good? Is this most supportive for me? And I can feel in my body's response, yes or no. And then, you know, I haven't taken that even when I've gotten a headache or something. You know, now I'm to the point where it's a flare up because I'm over the initial injury symptoms. If I do overdo it and I like where the injury is like driving and all the movement driving, like that's not a flare up, that's just fatigue. But I can have that discernment about how I want to approach it. And I'm at this point, I'm really not on the muscle relaxers and the ibuprofen anymore. It's like, okay, if that's showing up, like I'm suppressing something, and I do give myself that time and ask what's going on. And I'm always like, that time's golden, man. I just get insights, downloads, however you breakthroughs. I mean, it's really amazing when I give myself the space, like, okay, like there's something that's happening here and wanting to happen here, and I make space for that, and it's like gold. I'm like, oh yay, I'm kind of excited. I'm like, oh, okay, like I'm supposed to spend the afternoon like with myself now. So it doesn't happen a lot, especially if I'm living, of course, in tune and, you know, slowed down. And I'm human, so it still pops up. I've got to be responsible for that. But that's just an area that you can grow in. And if you need help, let me know.
And I hadn't decided not to go to the massage therapist because I'd been going just because it's nice. I like it. But like her life is in turmoil, and I think I was feeling that, and like that was making that not supportive for me anymore.
Yep, good catch. And yeah, that's something I love. Physical touch, that's a love language for me. So massages are great for me. They really there is something about the touch for me that just fills my cup. And it's not time with myself, but it is something that I enjoy. And I'm just not looking to that to fix this, because it won't.
Yeah, that's how I started going, because like I wanted to fix it. But then I'm like, you know, don't focus on anything that's like, don't focus on fixing anything. It's just a nice experience.
For you. Love it. Jenny.
Well, I like how black and white it is, and that when something pops up, that there's something there that's supportive that I can evaluate and be like, okay, where did I, not catch something? Not that I'm like hyper focused on stuff. I don't feel like I need to be hyper focused on it. Even walking through with it, it's like a relaxed, I just like how simple it is. It's not a lot of hard work. Like I don't like when I have the brain fog and decision fatigue and stuff, like I can still do this. It's not probably because it's supportive instead of and it's just simple and straightforward. I don't have to guess. And when I get stuck, then I email you, but
Yeah, absolutely. And I do love that. And it's I have never found in all of the research over 100 different modalities and healing systems, never found something that was 100% reliable every time and clear. It's really, really cool. Andy, are the 5 discoveries and the 7 declarations hitting you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, given everything we've learned today, basically you showed us all the research already, kind of to back the 5 discoveries. I just completely agree with it. Even though I haven't seen it in myself, just because I haven't been able to do the work myself, I've always thought the body can heal itself. I mean, we have this incredible body that's so intelligent. I don't see how it can stay in a state of disease willingly. I feel like the body has the potential to heal itself. We just have to learn how. And I always thought there was a way, especially this way. It seems logical, and everything you've shown us, basically the research is all there, all the evidence is there. We just have to do it.
Yes, totally. Love it. So how do we step into the 7 declarations and work on this in our life, right? This is the most important part. So we're going to spend our last little stretch time right here. So these are the core 5: living in the PNS, parasympathetic nervous system, or peace nervous system. So these are the core 5. Now, when a person's in a program with us, there could be up to 10, right? Because the stressors are already 3. And then, there's different ones, different stressors that we need to talk about. But these, regardless of what I work with somebody on in their individual life, it can be found in these core 5. Now, these core 5 are not things you should be doing. The magic isn't in these core 5. The magic is in what they point to, what they help you discover, and what they help you develop. So these could be viewed as mirrors that help you look at you and all of your shadow aspects. So they're a mirror, they're a piece of exercise equipment to develop these muscles and these traits within yourself. All the core 7 declarations can come to life inside of these. So presence. Okay, we talked about the 5 to 10 times each day. Set reminders. Couple it with things you're already doing. If you're eating 3 meals a day, if you go to the bathroom, if you're driving somewhere to and from, that's a good opportunity, like ground before you walk into the building. When you get in and out of bed, potentially you ground before you get out of bed, you ground before you get in at night. Okay, so that helps. But you can also just set reminders. So you're doing this 5 to 10 times a day. It's a check-in point. And then you can use any of the techniques we talked about today. They were really powerful for all of you. That's just going to teach you to slow down. It's going to teach you to be in your heart. They're going to teach you to actually be present in the moment. And from there, you'll notice all the stuff. You'll start walking yourself through this process. Commitment. So this is a good inquiry. Am I open and willing to take full responsibility for the truth of my experience? I am where I am in life because of the choices and decisions I've made. It has not just happened to me. It is not fate. It is my unconscious patterns and habits that have gotten me where I am. Therefore, if I want to get somewhere else, I've got to make different choices. I've got to uncover those patterns and habits and make different choices. Am I feeling my feelings? Am I showing up my best? Or am I letting myself off the hook because nobody's looking? Am I facing the shadow aspects every day, ongoingly, now? This is what commitment is. It's not doing it all perfect. It's not feeling super motivated and great. Sometimes it's feeling shitty because that's what's happening in life. Okay. And it's facing that. It's being honest and open to everything that I experience, not suppressing, not avoiding. Okay. Me first, not in the selfish way, but it's like everybody knows oxygen mask goes on you first. If you don't have a full cup, everyone gets the worst of you. You're burnt out, you're cranky, you're a victim, you have no self-awareness, so you're in your patterns and habits. So schedule at least 15 minutes of time for yourself, 3 to 7 times each week, and do a moving meditation practice. So this is like presence, but more expanded and giving yourself more time to let more come up, and pick something that you get no external value of doing. So in our program, we recommend 3 activities: coloring by number, like a children's book, so that you don't even have to, it's like they tell you which square is blue. You pick blue and you color it. And in this, it's not about the coloring. It's about, can I be present while I'm moving? You could also do paint by number. You could also do puzzling a children's book or a children's puzzle. Something so simple that it's not like you would brag to anybody about. There's no gratification in what it is in the activity itself. It's just something that allows you to be present while you're moving and watch the thoughts, emotions, feelings, and senses arise. You can also do a moving meditation while eating, by eating in silence, setting your fork down in between, just being with what shows up. You can also do this walking, where you like walk back and forth, or wherever you're going to walk, and you're with every movement, you're feeling the motion on your feet. It's like, how can I have expanded awareness of all my senses? So there can be moving meditations, but I recommend you pick only one activity and you keep it the same, so that you have a gauge. How am I feeling? How am I doing? Do I even want to be doing this? And if you use the mirror, the shadow work mirror, you're going to recognize that this is your honest reflection of where you are with yourself. So if I'm like, I wish I could be doing something else, that's how I am being in all of my life with myself. So a good question could be like, am I putting myself first or last in my one activity? Is it scheduled? Am I showing up on time? Am I lost in my thoughts, or am I actually present and engaged? Do I even want to be here for myself? Am I making excuses and pushing it off? Am I showing up late to my one activity? However you're acting in your one activity is how you're acting in life. So if this can be your mirror, instead of waiting till the symptom arises because you've allowed it to go on for so long, if this can be your mirror, it's going to be much more effective for your health using this. And then you can be like, wow, so I really don't want to sit with myself. Okay. Now you're consciously aware of that. Now you can go to work on that and explore, why don't I want to be here with myself? Can I make myself important enough for this 15 minutes of time? Choices. So this earlier, we talked about shortcuts, parenting ourselves and shortcuts. So the choices could also be parenting ourselves in our choices, or making shortcuts in our choices. Shortcuts lead to stress and being in fight or flight. Parenting ourselves leads to resilience and the parasympathetic, being at peace with ourselves. So choose one area of life, like laundry or driving or personal care or the kitchen or eating, or let's see, what's another, finances, something like that. And that is a relationship, by the way. So pick one area of life and find 5 shortcuts that you take in that area every single week. And do this for 12 weeks. Why we pick one area is so that you go deep into the tiny little itty bitty shortcuts you think don't matter, versus if you look in every area, you kind of stay pretty surface level. So we're about going deep, not wide. So a shortcut is a self-defeating behavior, right? Not washing my dishes, leaving my dirty clothes in the laundry basket, right? They're things that don't have personal integrity. You want to live a principled life of integrity, personal responsibility, and a character of excellence, or an excellence of character. You can't do that when you're taking shortcuts. And every shortcut we make adds snow to the snow globe. So if you're not sure, you can also message me like, these are my list of shortcuts. I'm happy to give you feedback. But you need to be finding those shortcuts that you're taking. There's thousands of them. So don't be overwhelmed. Don't go after all 1,000. That's too much. It's about the consistency. So just find 5, work on 5. And instead of taking on big things, maybe pick the ones you think don't matter. Well, it doesn't matter if I don't take out the trash when it's full and I just cram a bunch of stuff into it. That would be a good one. Just practice taking it out when it's full, right? So when you become self-aware of these shortcuts, it makes available for you to make a different choice and parent yourself. There is a trap of this, however. If we are just doing the right thing because we should, it's not going to work. You will get no benefit. So what I like to do is, in an area I'm taking a shortcut, like hitting the snooze button. Oh, this is a better one. Not stopping completely at stop signs. I actually look, what is the message I am sending myself in this shortcut? And fascinating, because what I uncovered about not stopping at stop signs, you know, I had a conversation with myself. Does this really matter? Like, nobody's even here, so it doesn't really matter if I stop at the stop sign. And so I looked deeper and said, what am I unconsciously telling myself? And it was this: your experience of yourself right now doesn't matter. Just get to where you're going. Other people matter. And when I was present enough to hear that bubble up, I was like, oh, wow. If I was on a date and somebody said that, and my date said that to me, I'd be like, dude, this is abusive. Like, no freaking way. This is toxic and weird. Yeah, I'm being toxic and weird to myself. So Andy, this is one of your questions. Like, how am I treating myself? Shortcuts. So we think it doesn't matter, but in that choice to not have personal integrity, we are putting ourselves last, and we are telling ourselves we have no value. Because, and this, another good way to look at this is, how would I treat somebody else? How would I treat somebody I really respect? Would I treat them this way? No, I would not. And that's usually very eye-opening. Like, I used to not wash my water cups because it was just water and it was just me, right? And so I'd go like a few days or whatever. That was one of my shortcuts. And I was like, I just don't see how it matters. It's just water. Again, it's just me. And it was, would I serve anybody else out of a dirty cup? And I'm like, no. How would I feel if somebody was watching me drink out of the same cup for days without washing it? And then I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm like kind of embarrassed about that. That's the honest truth. So we have to learn to be that honest with ourselves, and we're not being. And that's where we live in the sympathetic. So this is a really important area with our choices to parent ourselves, that we can begin working on building that resilience. This is the one module where we actually replace the snow with health, right? Like glitter. This is where we either build snow or take snow out, is every choice we make. So I cannot emphasize that enough. So as you find your list of 5 each week, you may actually, underneath each one, like, what message does this send myself? So my snooze button is, I don't want to be you today in life. When I realized that's what I was doing and the energy behind that choice, I was like, I ain't hitting the snooze button. I want to be in my life. I want to choose me today. My experience of myself does matter when I'm driving, even when no one's around. I care about myself. I want to feel good about myself. And if I had a driving instructor in the car with me, I sure would be on my best behavior. Well, why am I not on my best behavior? Am I not worth my best behavior in my life? Okay, so this is a really important one. And you need the others. They kind of build on itself. You need to be present. You need to be committed. You have to put yourself first to want to do shortcuts, okay? To want to look at your choices. The last one is stressors. So some homework. I want you to identify 7 major life changes in the last couple of years, so you can be aware of what a major life change looks like. So moving forward, when one's coming up, you're going to know this is happening, and you're not going to suppress it. You're going to be aware, okay, I'm going through major life change. This is going to take a couple months to readjust. How can I slow down extra? How am I feeling? How can I support myself? Make sure I'm putting myself first, making sure I'm not taking any shortcuts. That's really important. I want you to find 5 minor acute triggers in the last 2 months. So just the little unexpected things that popped up that were stressful. Then you can find a minor acute trigger. If you want me to check them, just send them to me. I want you to find 12 ongoing stressors so that you know what they are. And that's in your workbook for the ongoing chronic stressors. Knowing the nature of stressors will allow you to intimately know and be aware of the nature of your turmoil when it's shaken up. And if you're present, you'll catch it. Have foresight and proactively make supportive choices and address shadow aspects that are coming up. If you miss or suppress something, you will flare up. Your body will let you know if you miss something. Use the flare-up worksheet to work through and resolve the inner turmoil. Reflect on how this is an indicator that you've been sped up and in survival mode through whatever that stressor is. So we'll only flare up if we're already sped up. We will only flare up if we're sped up already. Okay, so it's just another indicator. And then reflect on how, recommit to your 7 declarations when all that comes up, and then watch how your symptoms vanish. So remember, flare-ups are a lack of integrity. If there's anything going on, it's pointing to that I'm perceiving a conflict in life. And if I can have the space for myself to work through that, that's where the power is. That's where I shut off that survival program. So these are the core 5 and some ways to practically implement them. We've got a few minutes, so I just want to make sure that we have time for questions. Okay, is Qigong okay for a moving meditation? I would prefer, I think it could be, but I would prefer something something like just sitting and watching all that comes up, or walking and watching all that comes up, or coloring a page and just observing all the senses, just something like that. It's a little simpler, and we're less in our mind. No, Qigong is great, but probably not for this particular aspect. Any questions, comments on the core 5? And let's just go Mandy, Ginny, Andy.
I don't really have any questions or comments.
Okay. Is it a helpful review? And are you getting anything new out of it?
It is a helpful review.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's presented in a little bit different way. So this might be a good reminder of like, where am I off? If I'm off
Yeah,
track.
I guess I did like in the just see it a little bit differently in the shortcuts in the moving meditation stuff too.
It's like a deeper, this came out of my brain and eye injury where I had to face these deeper. So I'm glad the new articulation, because it's coming from a deeper place in me. So I'm glad it's hitting newly. Also, I wanted to say something regarding stressors. There is a really good formula for that. Pause and get present. Ask how and what am I feeling? Get present. What supportive choices can I make right now? That's like the simplest formula, though. The way I can make this the most simple is like, get present. How am I feeling? Make sure I'm present. What supported choices can I make right now? 3 to 5 months boiled into a sentence. Okay. Ginny.
And I like this page, the core 5, where it's all just laid out simple, because once in a while I'll be like, oh, I can tell that inside of myself I need to, like, I'm forgetting something that would be supportive, and to have a page like this that I can just glance at, I think is going to be awesome.
Cool. I do think I will edit this a little bit and put it in the graduate group, just so it's like really clear. Okay, good. And Andy, comments, questions, insights?
Could you repeat the stressor identification, which you said before? How to identify the stressors?
Yes. Is it the pause? How am I feeling?
Yeah, pause, get present, and what was the other thing?
Yes.
Sorry.
Like pause, get present. How am I feeling? So we're not suppressing. And then what supportive choices can I make?
Okay, pause.
And that'll get you back into the more of a whole brain state. Well, actually, if you're truly present, you'll be a whole brain. You'll be in a whole brain state. But yeah, it's like dropping into your heart. So whatever techniques for presence. So you're like getting that experience, getting back into the parasympathetic. And then it's how am I feeling? So just allow that to come out, just observe it. And then what supportive choices can I make right now?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, good.
And I just had one last question.
Yeah.
For the shortcuts you mentioned, would an example of a shortcut, just to clarify what they are,
Yes.
would an example of a shortcut be like, say if someone has a bunch of food sensitivities and they purposely eat a food that they react to, would that be a shortcut? Because not you're not showing up for your body, you're kind of purposely sabotaging.
Yes. And remember, shortcuts are self-defeating behaviors. So absolutely that fits. And so yes, that is one. And let me think. Yeah, like the way to find shortcuts is if McCall was watching me right now, would I be doing this? What would she think? Something like that. I have that with my mentors. I'm like, oh, what would she say? I'm like, oh, okay. You know, it's that level of accountability for yourself. So that kind of helps me find, like, I can walk into my bathroom and make up 10 shortcuts right now. I'm like the organization of the closet, you know, stuff's thrown in there. That's a shortcut. Etc. So just pick one area and then just keep finding those. And I would recommend not related to your health, because that can be tricky with all of this. Like food allergies go away in the parasympathetic. But that is a good example. If like I know I react to something, or when I reacted to things, it was a shortcut for me to cheat on my
Right.
Yeah. Good.
And you called them, sorry, what's the term you used for them again? They are was it self-sabotaging or
yes, self-defeating
self-defeating?
behaviors.
Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah. Yep. Okay. Is that it, Andy?
Yeah, I'm all done. Thank you.
Okay. I know we're 3 minutes over. I have like 2 minutes left. I don't need to say all that. Okay, your homework. Andy, I think you're scheduled with that 90-minute session, so that's good. Ladies, if you want one to review any of what we've done today, let me know. But setting up a 90-minute, start over. Your homework is to set up a 90-minute one-on-one session to complete the process we've discussed today. this is not about sales, neither will that appointment. If you want a free consult, your breakthrough coach at that 90-minute can schedule that for you. But that is just a follow-up to this class. And there's some really important things that we're going to go over. So today we talked about the major life change, getting that clear, but there's also the chronic stressors. And there's one process I didn't even talk about today, which is what is all the unconscious turmoil, the patterns and habits that are keeping you in fight or flight. So that's a longer process. We wouldn't have had time today to go into it. That's pretty intimate. So we're doing that one-on-one in the follow-up session here. And so we're going to review the major life change, do the unconscious unhealthy patterns, and review the chronic stressors. And so that's just a process that I can't teach in a day. So that will also be to answer any questions that come up. So if questions do come up, just write them down, take them to that session. And then that's also a session to help you integrate what you're learning, and just reinforce that. So I think you all are scheduled on the call. There is a link for that. There's a link for that I don't need to send right now. Okay, so I'm just going to open it up. Is there anything else that's incomplete or that you want to share? I think maybe we'll go like 60 seconds or less. What did you get today? What was the value of today? And we'll go Mandy, Jenny, Andy.
I know that I'm really appreciating the different perspective on stress and putting just different puzzle pieces together from other things that I learned along the way.
Cool. Jenny?
I really appreciated this time. I needed a little boost, a little reset, and to choose to do something for myself, even though I had deadlines today, which is crazy because I feel totally not stressed about it, even though I've spent most of the day doing this. And I feel energized and ready to go tackle those things now, and don't feel overwhelmed or stressed about it. And just getting ready to go into my busy season and sitting down and reconnecting with everything, making sure I'm on track with this first. I just really needed that. So thank you so much.
Yay, thanks. I'm so glad for your participation, and your share just shows that our experience comes from the inside, not the outside. So I love that example. Andy?
I just think all the information covered today was incredible and very insightful, and basically way more valuable than all the hundreds of health seminars I've watched over the years, trying to figure out how to heal myself, and all the doctors I've been to. Basically, this information is life-changing, I'd say. And thank you for everything and spending all this time with us. You're very generous.
Thank you, Andy, and you're welcome. It really was a pleasure. I got so much out of it, and I feel joyful and filled up just spending time with you guys and watching your process. And Andy, I know we'll be following up in a session, and so I'm excited to talk about that. And thank you guys. Thank you for bringing your whole hearts, being vulnerable, coachable, and receptive. There's just nothing more fulfilling to me than that, of like, it just fills my heart. So I send you off with love, and appreciate you all so much. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. Have a good day.